He paid me 10 times my rate. I should have walked away. Boom. A broke violinist. A billionaire mafia boss. One text turned into a deadly obsession. When I agreed to teach his sister, I didn't know Matteo de Luca ran a criminal empire. I didn't know he'd be 6 feet of dangerous charm, sending messages that made me blush and tremble. Now I'm tangled in his world, where love is lethal and trust is a risk. Mafia, power, obsession. One wrong note, and I'm his forever. Fire.
Chapter 1. Matteo. Can you imagine what the guys would say if they saw us now? Elio murmurs, sweeping his brush across the canvas. Think they'd believe we're the most feared names in this city? I let out a quiet laugh as I watched my brother bring our father's face to life with every stroke. Since Dad passed last year, the De Luca family has been mine to lead. I always knew this day would come, but knowing and living it are two very different things. Ease up on yourself, Elio, I say firmly. He looks over, and for a second, time rewinds. He's not 30 anymore. He's that sharp-eyed kid again. His build's leaner than mine, but there's a quiet danger in his eyes. He doesn't enjoy violence, but when push comes to shove, he doesn't flinch from it either. I'm not beating myself up, he says, gazing out the tall window that overlooks the lawn. The estate walls shut out the rest of the city. I just hate that people think they can show up and poison everything, from coffee to weed to heroin, with that explosive trash. Recently, another crew tried to challenge us, thought they could shake the city and carve out a piece for themselves. Last night, we made sure they remembered who owns this town. We sent a message at their bar, Elio says, the words heavy in his throat. You're sounding too reflective. Am I? He smirks. Didn't notice. You know you could always pack up and go to Paris, focus on your art. He scoffs, then gestures to the portrait. And let you run things solo. Come on. Be real. What do you think? Does he look happy enough here? I don't answer. Our father rarely smiled. Why pretend otherwise? Instead, I drift to the window, watching the gardeners work under the hot midday sun. I'm running on fumes. Couldn't sleep after last night. What now? Elio finally asks. The gallows should have gotten the message. They'll stay down. No, I mean, what now for us? What's next? I pause. What do you mean? There's something kind of sad about that, he mutters. I turn, studying him. What are you getting at? Say this is peacetime now. Say no one's dumb enough to cross us again. What are we supposed to do then? We do what we always do. We run the family. That's work. That's duty. But is that life? I don't have time for riddles, Elio. He gives a slow shrug. Sometimes I wonder if this is it. Just violence and grief on repeat. You always were the poetic one, I grunt. Me? I handle what's in front of me. Yeah, maybe that's why I can't remember the last time you smiled. I grit my teeth. Maybe he's right. But why does he always have to point it out? You gonna swing at me? He teases, flashing that familiar smirk. Real funny. You're almost 40. If Mom were still here, she'd be on you about settling down. I raise a brow. You're one to talk. I'm not the Don, he says simply. No one expects an heir from me. Won't matter unless someone makes a move. There's always someone. Well then, start matchmaking, I grunt. He laughs and turns back to the canvas just as Sophia steps into the room. She's 24, but something about her petite frame and soft features makes us still see her as our baby sister. "Maddie, can I talk to you for a minute?" "Sure," I say, following her out into the music room. Her violin leans against the wall, and a paused video flashes on the screen. "Learn to play with Bella Rossi." "What's going on?" I ask. She's fidgeting, never a good sign. "I hope nothing," she says softly. I wait, letting her find her words. "It's just, with things calming down, I was wondering, could I finally start taking violin lessons?" "Of course," I reply. "We can hire the best tutor in the city. Private sessions." "No," she interrupts gently. A blush rises in her cheeks. "That's not what I want." I study her carefully. Have we been too protective? "I want it to feel real, like something normal people do," she says. "There's this woman online, Bella Rossi. Her videos don't get tons of views, but she's incredible. She's local too, and she teaches in person, at her place." I nod slowly. "We can invite her here." "She can't know who I am," Sophia cuts in. "I don't want her acting weird, treating me like I'm dangerous or untouchable. I want her to just see me, just teach me." "Why her?" I ask gently. "Because she's passionate and kind." I sigh, softer now. "You know I just worry about you." "Come with me then," she says with a little shrug. She seems so down to earth. "Watch this." She taps her phone and the video plays. Stock music trickles through the speakers as the screen fades to color. Bella appears, standing at a music stand, violin in hand. And just like that, something hits me. She's beautiful, not in a polished plastic way, but real. Her long, honey brown hair falls in waves, her posture full of grace and quiet strength. She holds that instrument like it's part of her. My chest tightens. This is rare. Too rare. I look away fast, grounding myself. "Maddie?" Sophia whispers. "Huh?" "You're smiling." She says it like it's some kind of miracle. "I can see how much this means to you," I say quickly, trying to recover. But even as I speak, I find myself drawn back to the screen. It does. I've been thinking about this for a long time. She buys it. No reason she wouldn't. I'm not some love-struck teenager, but something about Bella grabs me. "So? Can I go?" "You're an adult." "That's not an answer," she says flatly. "Sure, I could go on my own, but I don't want to come home to you and Elio giving me the cold shoulder. I want to do this with your support." I chuckle. "Cold shoulder? Us?" "Maddie?" Bella's bow glides over the strings, and her dress shifts with the motion, stirring something in me again. I look away before my thoughts get ahead of me. "Okay," I say, "but on one condition. I go with you." Sophia lights up, throwing her arms around me. "Thank you." I hold her close. She deserves this. Deserves everything. "How do we set it up?" "She listed her number on her channel." I nod. This is happening.
Chapter 2. Bella. "Another no-show?" Emily asks, peeking into my bedroom with a raised brow. I nod, and she walks in. "You really need to start charging deposits. You can't keep letting people ghost you." "I'll be fine. I've got enough to cover bills this month." "Barely." "Maybe they had a real emergency." Emily flops onto my bed like she owns it. We've been tight since high school. When I told her I planned to work double shifts to help put Mom through college, she didn't blink, just offered to move in and help with the rent. Didn't we always say we'd live together someday? She's one of the rare people who didn't act like I'd lost my mind. Usually people expect the parent to pay for the kid, not the other way around. But Mom practically broke herself working non-stop after Dad left. I owe her. You're too forgiving, Emily says. Seriously, maybe I should handle bookings for you. I'll be your muscle. She ties up her pink hair with a scrunchie like she's about to go to war. We'll see, I say, half laughing. My phone buzzes with a text. I glance down. Hi, Bella. I'd like to schedule some private lessons for my sister. She really enjoys your online videos. Do you have availability this week? Emily notices my grin. Good news? Just got a new inquiry, I tell her, checking the time. I'll answer, then head to the restaurant. You're burning yourself out. It'll all be worth it when Mom's working with animals and doing what she loves. Emily gets up. You're right. I'm gonna shower. Holler if someone needs a lesson in manners. I text back, I have openings on Wednesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Let me know what works. The reply comes fast. Great. What's your hourly rate? $15 an hour. Did you mean $150? I laugh under my breath. Is he serious? Nope. I wish. That's way too low. My sister says you're incredibly talented. She's watched every video. A smile creeps across my face. That actually means a lot. I always assumed those views were just me refreshing the page during editing. That's really kind. Thank you. I didn't think anyone actually watched them. You've got a real fan. But seriously, give me a fair number. That is the rate. Honestly, you're the first person to argue about it being too cheap. One of the biggest mistakes people make is undervaluing their skills. If my sister ever taught, I'd never let her charge that little. I start typing, I'm not some naive little girl, but stop. His words sting a bit, but I won't let it show. This is business, and getting emotional never helps. I charge based on what people around here can afford. Then we'll pay more. What's your real rate? I type, are you always this pushy? And delete it just as fast. There's something warm about the way he insists, not in a creepy way, just caring. I remind myself why I'm doing this. Mom, her future. I've got $1 over what I need in my account this month. Pride won't pay rent. Okay, $500 an hour. Let's start there. I imagine him laughing, shaking his head. He doesn't seem like the type to scam me, but still. This has to be a joke, right? Then the reply hits. Done. Wait, what? Are you serious? I reply, my fingers flying. What time works for tomorrow? Pacing now. Window, bed, back to the desk. My heart's pounding like it's trying to make a point. I bolt to the bathroom and knock. The water shuts off. It's me, I say. Come in, Emily replies. She's wrapped in a towel, confused, but calm. What's going on? I think something crazy just happened, I blurt. This guy, he wants lessons for his sister. I told him my rate, and he said it wasn't enough. I've been telling you that for years, she grins. Did he offer more? Yeah. See? Good people do exist. But it feels off. Why? He agreed to $500 an hour. Emily's eyes go wide. Excuse me, what? Yeah, that was my reaction too. Now he's asking what times I've got open tomorrow. Do you? A few, but this feels unreal. What if it's Dad? You know, one of his weird mind games? He's still in Vegas, isn't he? Yeah, but who would really pay me that much? Someone who's seen your videos, she says simply. I guess. Another buzz. I check the screen. Are you still there? Ask for a deposit, Emily says. If he's real, he'll be fine with it. I hesitate. I don't know. Bella, come on. You deserve to be paid. When the rest of us were out partying in high school, you were home practicing till your hands hurt. Just ask. Before I can overthink it, I send the message. Hey, I recently started a new policy. 10% deposit to secure the time slot. Is that okay? No problem. Send over your info. What times do you have? I show Emily. Send it now, she says, half shouting. I grab my account details, send them, and head into the living room. Moments later, my phone buzzes again. $50 received from Duca Investments Limited. I freeze. I'm free from 11 a.m. until late tomorrow, I reply quickly. Perfect. See you at 11. Sophia's thrilled. Thank you. See you then. I slump onto the couch. My whole body's buzzing like I chugged 3 espressos. I double-check my banking app. It's real. Emily comes out and joins me, notebook in hand. She's got this habit of writing poetry after work. It's her therapy. Did it go through? Yeah, they're booked. He seems really excited for his sister. I picture a young girl, lit up with the same joy I had when I first picked up the violin. He must be loaded, Emily says. What was the name on the deposit? Duca Investments. She types it into her phone, squints. Nothing shows up. Maybe it's private. Still feels unreal, she says. But hey, we're not exactly used to things going our way. She's right. Emily had it rough growing up. My mom fought to give me violin lessons. Her mom looked the other way while her dad drank and did worse. She reaches for my hand. Bella! This could be it. Your chance. You might even get to leave that restaurant. I shoot up. The restaurant. I'm late. I gotta get dressed. No time for a shower. Yes, you do, she says. Use part of that deposit and grab a cab. I don't know. You've got the money now. Just this once. She's right. It still feels surreal, but for once something might actually be going right.
Chapter 3, Matteo. The rest of the day passes without trouble, which is more than I usually hope for in this line of work. I spend a good hour in the gym, pushing my limits until sweat pools on the mat and adrenaline hums in my veins. After a long shower, I collapse onto the bed, expecting to pass out like usual. That's the routine. Keep moving, stay tired, avoid thinking, because when I lie awake, the thoughts come, the kind you don't want at midnight. If sleep weren't necessary, I'd skip it entirely. Most nights it feels like wasted time. I shift, trying to clear my head, willing myself not to think about the blood, the fights, the echo of gunfire. But the silence plays tricks. Sophia's voice floats back to me, how she wants Bella to treat her like any other student. No special treatment, no fear, no Duca name hovering in the room. It makes me wonder, do I want that too? Not fear, not power, just to be seen for something else. I rarely ask myself questions like that. In my world, thinking about what you want is a luxury. The family comes first. Always. I roll over again. This mattress could pay someone's yearly rent, and I still can't sleep. That probably says something about me. Not sure what. Grabbing my phone, I mean to check emails. There's always more to handle between the family and the businesses we run. But somehow, I'm back on Bella's profile. My finger hovers over her photo. I pause. She's outdoors, sunlight behind her figure outlined gently by the light. Normally, the post-gym buzz would have faded by now. Instead, that lingering energy drifts somewhere else entirely, toward her. I tap the photo, enlarging it. She's wearing a simple dress, nothing flashy, but it clings in just the right places. There's this quiet confidence in the way she stands. She's not trying to impress anyone. She just is. That's rare. I picture walking into that scene, taking the violin from her gently, her eyes meeting mine, the world quiet around us. There's a softness in her expression, like she's caught mid-thought, dreaming of the music she hasn't written yet. The image stays with me. I feel the tension creeping in, the kind that tightens your chest and speeds up your breathing. I don't remember the last time someone had this effect on me. No one ever does, but I shut the thought down before it grows roots. Someone like her? She deserves peace, stability, a life that isn't shadowed by men like me. Even if I wanted more, which I don't, Dragging her into this world would be cruel. Civilians don't understand what it means to be tied to a family like ours, and I won't put anyone through that. Not again. Still, I sit there longer than I should, the weight of that feeling sinking in. Eventually, I turn off my phone and set it aside. This isn't about me. It's about Sophia. This whole arrangement, Bella, the lessons, it's for her. That's the priority. I breathe out slowly, trying to clear the haze from my thoughts. What I want doesn't matter. It never really has. But that's part of the job, being the one who carries the weight without complaint. What happened just now? That's the first and last time I let myself get distracted like that. My life runs on control. Every move, every decision has to be calculated. Anything less is a liability. And in my world, the things I want are the first things I have to give up.
Chapter 4. Bella. I wake up earlier than usual, way earlier. Normally, after a late shift at the restaurant and no scheduled lessons, I give myself a bit of extra sleep. But today I'm practically bouncing out of bed. $450 for one session. Maybe more if it becomes a regular gig. It's got my mind racing and my feet moving. Mom finds me in the living room, wiping every surface like it's my full-time job. She leans on her doorframe, still in her pajamas, dark circles under her eyes after another long night of studying and work. "You all right?" she asks, voice groggy with sleep. "I've got a new student coming today," I say, scrubbing the coffee table like it wronged me personally. "Must be someone important," she replies, her tone soft but careful, like she's walking on eggshells around the topic of money. She always does. Anytime we talk about me working to support her education, she tries to change the subject or just says thank you, over and over. "It's this guy's sister," I explain. "He says she's a fan of my videos. He's paying $500 a session." Mom's eyes go wide for a second. Then suddenly she's pulling me into a hug, catching me completely off guard. I can't help but grin and hug her tight. "I knew this would happen someday," she whispers. "You've always had the talent, Bella, but it's your work ethic that blows me away." "I learned from the best," I reply, meaning it. We hold on to the moment because moments like this are rare. We've spent so long focused on surviving, stressing over rent, and juggling jobs. For once, it feels like maybe, just maybe, we're turning a corner. "What time are they coming?" 11, I say. I want everything to look perfect, like professional perfect. "Then let me help," she says, already rolling up her sleeves. "I don't have to leave for class yet. We'll get this place spotless. Oh, and don't forget to tell Mr. Hudson someone new's stopping by. That's part of our safety system. If neither Mom nor Emily is around when I'm teaching, I let our neighbor across the hall know, just in case." "I will," I promise, feeling my stomach flutter. It's almost time. Then my phone buzzes. We're on the way. It's him. I realize I still don't know his name, just his sister's, Sophia. "Great! Sorry for not asking sooner. What's your name?" "Matteo," he replies. "Most people call me Matt. See you soon." Matthew. A big brother trying to give his sister something special. I wonder if she'll remind me of my younger self, wide-eyed, full of wonder. I still remember the first time I held a violin. It felt like holding magic. I'm pouring coffee when another text lights up my screen. We're outside. A jolt runs through me. With my regular students, I don't worry about the building's appearance. For $15 an hour, people don't expect fancy. But now I'm nervous they'll take one look at the place and leave. I head downstairs, making sure every step is steady. I really wish the elevator wasn't busted. Right before I push the door open, I pause, forcing myself to smile. No one wants to meet a nervous wreck, especially not a kid meeting their favorite YouTuber, if that's even what I am. I swing the door open and freeze. Standing there is a man built like someone out of a magazine. Tall, easily over 6 foot, broad shoulders, strong jaw, dark eyes. His black hair is perfectly styled, a little long on top, neat on the sides. He's intense. "Matt?" I ask. trying to sound like a professional and not like someone trying to remember how to speak. "Hi, Bella," he says, voice deep but clipped. "And your sister?" "She's just wrapping up a call," he replies, head tilting slightly. "Ah, here she comes." I turn to see a petite woman heading our way, long bangs nearly hiding her eyes, her smile soft and shy. Not a kid, that's for sure. I was expecting someone in middle school, not a full-grown adult. I start to wonder why Matt's even organizing this for her, but quickly remind myself, don't question good fortune. "Hi, Sophia," I say, reaching out my hand. She takes it, and I feel her fingers tremble a little. "Wow, Bella, it's really you." That catches me off guard in the best way. "You're making me feel like some kind of celebrity." "You are to me." "Well, thank you, Sophia. Shall we?" "Oh, I left my violin in the car. 1 second." She hurries off, laughing at herself. I glance at Matt and catch him watching me. There's a flicker at the corner of his mouth, almost a smirk. Suddenly, I'm way too aware of my outfit. Just jeans and a plain t-shirt. Maybe I should have worn something like the dress in my profile picture. Stop. This isn't about him, it's about Sophia, and the opportunity, and Mom. "Would it be okay if Maddie joins us?" Sophia asks, returning with her case. I'd assumed he'd be staying given I thought she was younger, but now I'm curious. Why does she need him to sit in? Is there something going on? Either way, it's not my place to ask. "Of course," I say brightly. "The more, the merrier." "Awesome." "Just a heads up," I add as I open the building door. "Our elevator's out." "No worries," Sophia says with a smile. A little exercise never hurt anyone.
Chapter 5. Matteo. I follow behind my sister and her violin instructor. That's how I need to think of Bella. Just the woman teaching Sophia. Nothing more. Still, trailing behind them gives me a full view of Bella walking, and for a second, the memory of last night sneaks into my head. Not ideal. I focus forward, clearing the thought. The building itself has seen better days. Old walls, creaky floors, but Bella's door is freshly painted, with a clean number that stands out. She opens it, and immediately I catch the scent of something fresh and clean. She's clearly someone who takes pride in her space, no matter what's around her. I can respect that. "I usually give lessons in here," Bella says, motioning toward one of the doors. "Sounds good," Sophia says, glancing over at me. "Go ahead," I tell her. "I'll stay out here and catch up on a few emails." As they step away, I catch myself watching Bella again. There's something about the way she moves. Effortless, genuine. I shake it off. I've got other things to think about. I take out my phone and start sorting through work messages. Just as the soft sound of violin strings begins, it's suddenly drowned out by bass-heavy music blasting from the unit upstairs. Not just loud, ridiculously loud. Like someone's trying to shake the whole building apart. I wait a beat, hoping it'll die down. Instead, it gets louder. I head to Bella's room and knock gently. "Is that bothering you?" I ask once she opens the door. Sophia looks at me like she's silently begging me not to go full Dawn mode. Bella sighs. "I've called it in before. Noise complaint's been filed, but that's about it. Nothing else gets done." "He knows you teach down here?" "Yeah, doesn't care." "That right," I mutter, jaw tightening. "It's okay," Sophia says quickly. "We'll manage." I look at Bella, who's already turned her gaze downward. She doesn't say anything, but that look, quiet, tired, resigned, says everything, like she's used to being ignored. "We'll be fine," Sophia repeats, this time with a stubborn set to her jaw. I nod. "All right then." I leave the room, shutting the door gently behind me. Back in the hallway, an older man leans against the door opposite, one hand on a wooden cane. He gives me a nod that feels like more than just politeness. "Good morning," I say. He smiles kindly. "You must be Bella's newest student." "My sister is. I'm just along for support." He flinches slightly as the music upstairs kicks up another level. Hard to believe anyone could learn with that racket. "I was thinking the same thing," I say, keeping my voice level. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." I head up the stairs, every step heavier than the last. My patience wears thin with each beat of the music. I remind myself, no violence, no threats. That's what I promised Sophia. Still, when I reach the door, I knock hard. Nothing. I knock again, louder this time. The music lowers just enough for someone inside to yell, "What's your problem?" I knock again, steady and firm. No more asking. Eventually, the door swings open. The guy staring back at me is stocky, tattooed from his neck to his wrists, with that look some people wear when they think they're the toughest guy on the block, until they realize they're not. "What's with the music?" I ask, voice calm but cold. He blinks. "What?" "You heard me. I'm just relaxing, man. Not hurting anybody." "No," I reply. "You're just disrespecting every single person in this building trying to live their life. And that stops now." His sneer falters. He wants to argue, wants to posture, but he hesitates. He knows. I can see it in the way his eyes shift. He knows I'm not someone he wants to push. "Turn it off," I say plainly. He opens his mouth again, probably to defend himself. I step forward slightly, not touching him, not threatening, just making it clear he's out of his depth. There are people trying to work, trying to study. You being loud for no reason doesn't make you impressive. It makes you small. He swallows hard. "You want to be taken seriously? Start by respecting the people around you." He nods, slowly, quietly. "Good," I say. "Because I'll be coming back here often. Don't make me repeat myself." He mutters something like, "Yeah, okay," under his breath, but it's the silence that follows that tells me everything I need to know. I turn and walk away without looking back. Downstairs, the older man is still there, waiting. He gives me a knowing look. First time that's ever happened. I might actually hear my radio today. "What's your name?" I ask. "Jerry Hudson." "Well, Mr. Hudson, here's the deal. If that guy starts blasting music again, give me a call. I'll leave you my number." He frowns slightly. "Why would you do that?" Good question. Maybe it's the look I saw on Bella's face, that tired acceptance. Or maybe it's guilt. I've spent my life walking the line between legitimate and lawless, and I've never done enough for the people just trying to live in peace. Because someone has to, I say.
Chapter 6, Bella. Sophia already knows the basics. Her hold is steady, posture's great, and her bow grip is solid. She's got a good feel for finger positioning too. But after about 20 minutes of playing, I notice she's struggling with rhythm and reading notation. The moment she slips out of time again, she sighs and drops the bow in frustration. "You're actually doing really well," I reassure her. Now that the blaring music from upstairs has finally stopped, it's easier to tell. Funny how silence can be a gift. Sophia grimaces. "I didn't even realize I was off beat." "That's what I'm here for." I almost reach out to offer a quick, friendly shoulder tap, but think better of it. "Want to keep going?" She nods, lips pressed tight. "Absolutely." As we dive back in, I can't help glancing at her instrument and feeling the sting of envy. She's holding a Stradivarius, a real one. That's not just rare, it's practically mythical. Crafted centuries ago, worth millions. and she's playing it like it's no big deal. I remember obsessively scrolling antique dealer sites, daydreaming about holding one, even for a second. Suddenly, that $500 rate makes more sense. These people have real money. Emily's voice pops into my head. Don't question good fortune. Before I know it, the hour's almost up. Sophia glances at the wall clock. I've probably taken too much of your time. Not at all, I say quickly. We can keep going. No extra charge. Seriously? 100%. We continue for another 20 minutes, but when she misses a note and a sharp screech breaks the air, she huffs and sets her violin down a little too roughly. That's when, for the first time, her privilege irks me. Easy, I say gently, nodding toward the violin. She's older than both of us combined. Oh, right. She chuckles awkwardly and pats the case like a pet. Sorry. Then she glances at me. Would you like to try it? I freeze. Did she just offer me her Stradivarius? My heart leaps, but I try to keep my excitement buried. No need to remind them just how far removed my world is from theirs. You sure? Of course. She hands it over, then passes me the bow. The moment my hands close around it, something electric hums through me. Just holding it feels like I'm touching history. I've imagined this moment countless times, but the real thing is almost overwhelming. Sophia raises an eyebrow, nudging me to start. I draw the bow across the strings, and instantly, it sings. It doesn't resist. It responds. The notes don't just sound, they breathe. This isn't just an instrument. It's alive. I lose track of time, completely immersed. When I finally come back to the room, Sophia is clapping softly, and Matt is leaning in the doorway, arms crossed, watching me. The small smile tugging at his mouth does something to my chest. Pride? Embarrassment? I'm not even sure. That was beautiful, I say breathlessly, handing the violin back before I get too emotional. Truly, that's an amazing instrument. You made it sound that way, Sophia replies, carefully placing it back in the case. See, Maddie? We picked the perfect teacher. Matt gives me a look that stops me mid-breath. I've never heard Tchaikovsky played like that. His voice is low, sincere, and somehow knowing. I thought Sophia was the classical fan. Thanks, I mumble, feeling my cheeks heat. Mind if I use your bathroom? Sophia asks. Go ahead, I say. Once she's gone, it's just the two of us in the room. Matt steps forward, reaching into his jacket. 90 minutes, so that's 700. He starts counting crisp bills from a thick stack. I shake my head. It's really okay. He sighs, that same unreadable expression on his face. Bella, you're worth it. We agreed on 5. He walks closer and gently presses the bills into my hand, his fingers brushing mine. The contact sends a rush through me. Unexpected, but strong. Maybe I imagined it, but for a second, it felt like he felt it too. Thank you, I say quietly. He lets go of my hand and straightens. Whatever passed between us disappears behind a neutral expression. We'll reach out to schedule the next lesson, he says. We'll see ourselves out. He picks up Sophia's violin case and steps into the hallway. A few seconds later, I hear the front door shut. I sit on the edge of the bed, slowly spreading the bills out beside me. My fingers run across them, needing the physical proof this is real. This could change things. Depending on how long this lasts, this could change everything. One thing's certain, I need to keep my head on straight. If, by some miracle, a guy like that is even remotely interested in someone like me, I can't let it cloud my judgment. This opportunity is too important. I get on the floor and pull out the small lockbox I keep under my bed. It's not high-tech, but in this building, it's necessary. I tuck the money inside, spin the lock shut, and lie back on the bed for a moment. My thoughts spin. I don't usually let my mind wander. I don't usually let myself feel things like this. But something about Matt's presence lingers. That rare mix of control, gentleness, and quiet strength. I press my palm over the place on my wrist where his hand touched mine. It still tingles. I close my eyes, willing the feeling to fade. Because this can't go anywhere. It can't.
Chapter 7. Matteo. You're actually smiling, Elio says as he tightens the wraps on his wrists. Before our father passed, he made us swear one thing: never let ourselves grow soft. Am I? I reply, and the grin fades the moment I realize he's right. He chuckles. Doesn't mean it's a crime, you know. Happy dawns don't last long. Oh, we're quoting Dad now? Is that a problem? I shoot back. He slips one hand into his glove. Not at all. Just wondering what's got you in such a good mood. The war's over. Sure, we crushed the gallows, but that look on your face didn't show up last night. Look, I scoff. You're calling this a boyish grin now? I stand by it. Since leaving Bella's place 2 hours ago, I keep replaying one moment, handing her the money. Something about it felt charged, like leaning in to kiss her would have made sense. It didn't, still doesn't. But for a second, it felt natural. The way her lips parted, the soft trace of her perfume. I haven't stopped thinking about it. Hey, Earth to Matteo? You still only have one glove on. That's because I just asked you about the timer, and you spaced out. That's the 100th time you've been lucky to be my brother. He smirks. I count my blessings daily. I walk over to the gym corner, set the timer, and strap on the training pads. In the streets, fists aren't our weapon of choice, but sometimes you need to sweat it out. This is how we reset. So, you're not going to tell me what's with the smile? Do men have to explain smiling now? Normal men know. You? Always. It's nothing, I mutter, grateful when the timer buzzes. We go hard, both of us pushing until our shirts are soaked and our arms shake from the effort. That's how we like it, burned out and breathless. Elio wipes his face with a towel. So? Business win? What? The reason for the grin. Did one of the casinos double its numbers? We find a new supplier. What? Let it go. I could, he says, shrugging. But can you blame me for being curious? Maybe I smile more than you think. Maybe not everything needs a deep reason. Sure, he says, though his stare makes it clear he's not buying it. You heading into the office? Yeah, too much to do. And I need a break from this interrogation. As I make my way through the house, I hear the faint whine of Sophia's violin. It instantly takes me back to Bella. Her hands on the instrument, her concentration, her presence. I pause outside Sophia's room. Need anything from the city? No, but Maddie? I step inside. She's perched on her bed, violin at the ready. What's up? Do you think I could have another lesson soon? Bella gave me so much to work with. I actually feel like I'm improving. When were you thinking? Now, she laughs. But realistically? Tomorrow, if that's okay. She looks so hopeful it's almost funny, especially considering the violin she's holding is worth more than a house. Yet she still second-guesses spending a few $100. It's fine, I say. I'll set it up. Awesome! I shower, then head downtown to the office. After an hour of emails and meetings, Elio sends a link. Fire destroys downtown bar. Community seeks answers. In the early hours yesterday, a fire tore through the Crimson Feather, reducing the well-known bar to ash. Firefighters arrived quickly but couldn't save the structure. No injuries were reported. While the cause remains under investigation, Nearby residents reported strange activity before the blaze. Several unmarked vehicles were seen arriving and leaving late at night. Officials aren't sharing much. One police rep said, "Nothing is off the table." Locals are left wondering if this was just bad luck or something more deliberate. I don't text Elio back. He shouldn't have sent this in the first place. We did what needed to be done. The gallows planned to flood our streets with poison. We stopped them. Simple. No mention of gunfire or bodies. Good. That means our contacts cleaned the scene. Still, I can't focus. My attention keeps drifting, right back to Bella, to the sound of her violin, to how it felt watching her. The look on her face, like the music wasn't just a song, but a story she knew by heart. I pull out my phone and open her contact. "Do you have any times open tomorrow?" "This is Matteo de Luca, by the way," she replies almost instantly. "Yes, I'm free anytime after 2 p.m. Book Sophia for 3. Done." I stare at her message, and for a second, I feel empty. What is this? Curiosity? Fascination? Something worse? I don't usually feel like this, not for anyone. Still, I type, "What's your take on Vivaldi's Summer?" If she's surprised by the question, she doesn't show it. It's wild, chaotic, but the passion behind it is undeniable. Why? I love the intensity. It's like a storm rolling in. Feels raw, interesting. I lean more towards something like Massenet's Meditation. Calmer, more reflective. That one's beautiful. Feels like the violin's having a quiet conversation. "Exactly," she says. "It's gentle, like a soft memory." I hesitate, then type, "You ever listen to anything more modern?" I found Lindsay Sterling's Crystallize recently. She's amazing. Honestly, she inspired me to start my YouTube channel. You'll be as big as her someday. Ha! I doubt that. You will. I mean it. When I watched you play yesterday, there was so much honesty. You weren't just playing. You were connected to it. I delete the whole thing. Too much. Instead, I write, "Have you heard David Garrett's version of Nothing Else Matters?" I love it. So emotional. It feels like a love song without words. It's wild how one instrument can say so much. Each piece has its own soul, you know? My heart beats faster. It's not just about music anymore. Not really. "Music speaks when words can't," she texts. "It connects us without needing to explain. Sometimes it says what we don't even know we're feeling." "Yes," she replies. "It's like discovering part of yourself, or someone else." I stop reading and lean back. That line, "someone else," sticks with me. I start to type a question. "Are you seeing anyone?" But I delete it. Too soon. Too risky. I can always send someone else with Sophia tomorrow. Maybe that's safer. But instead I type, "Maybe that's why it hits so hard." It feels personal, yet shared. Exactly. Like having a moment with someone, even if you're alone. Sometimes I think the music gets me better than people ever have. That's deep, Matt. I mean, wow. When did you start listening to classical? 2 years ago. Sophia showed an interest, and I wanted to be able to talk to her about it. And you ended up liking it too? Wasn't expecting to. I usually don't listen to music at all. Wait, what? I laugh. Really laugh. Loud enough to echo through the office. Outside the tall windows, rain streaks down the glass. Seriously. Before all this, I barely turned the radio on. Even when you're driving, I keep it off. Okay, that's insane. I'm still laughing. It's rare for me. This kind of release. Then her next message comes through. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I forgot I wasn't talking to a friend for a second. That hits harder than it should. She's not wrong, but it stings anyway. No need to apologize, I reply. You didn't say anything wrong. See you tomorrow. I set the phone in my desk drawer, silence it, and shut it. For the first time in a long while, I'm having trouble focusing, and I don't know what that means yet.
Chapter 8, Bella. From across the room, Emily gives me that look, the one that says she's not letting this go. Wait, romantic? What do you mean by that exactly? I shrug, trying to act casual. It's probably nothing. I'm likely just overthinking. But there was something in the way he talked about music, the tone of it. Honestly, I'm downplaying how his texts made me feel. I didn't expect a guy like him, tall, intense, serious, to speak about music with that kind of depth. It caught me off guard and made me curious. Hold up, Emily says, eyes gleaming. Did you just say you've got poetry for me to analyze? I roll my eyes. It wasn't like that. Want to read me the texts? Only if you want to, they're not like private or anything. Then why are you blushing? She teases, grinning ear to ear. I open my mouth to deny it, but I can feel it. That unmistakable heat rushing to my cheeks. It's dumb, really, but it's also kind of exciting. Maybe this is a crush? So he said this one thing about Vivaldi. I begin, pulling up the chat. He described the piece like a thunderstorm, raw and powerful, said it was completely untamed. That word, untamed, sent my brain into places it probably shouldn't have gone. Emily leans forward. Okay, yeah, that's definitely got a vibe. Don't start. She raises an eyebrow. Maybe he's not just talking about the music. Maybe he's saying he's untamed. Maybe he wants to get... Stop, I laugh, cutting her off. That's not what he meant. You think he's attractive? I pause. He is attractive, but that doesn't mean I'm going to mess up what could be a huge opportunity by doing something reckless. I don't add again. I already slipped up when I teased him for not listening to music in the car. Ruin it? Emily echoes, tilting her head. I nod. Say this goes somewhere or even looks like it's going somewhere and it gets weird? What if it changes everything? Wait, back up. She's nearly falling off the chair. Did you just say crush? Since when are we officially in crush territory? This is the part where you throw confetti and welcome me to the club, right? I was starting to think you and your violin were headed for marriage, she jokes, gently nudging me. Don't tempt me. At least my violin never texts me and messes with my brain. I glance at the clock. They'll be here soon. What about the other messages? I sigh and hand her my phone. Tell me if I'm being ridiculous. She scrolls through, her face softening. A violin whispering secrets. Bella, this guy might be one of a kind. Big and brooding, but with the soul of a poet. Or maybe that's just how he talks, I reply, trying not to sound too hopeful. Doesn't mean it's personal. I want her to tell me I'm imagining it, because if it's not real, I can deal with that. If it is, that's trickier. Emily reads me better than most. She hands back my phone and says gently, try not to stress. There's no way to know what this is yet. Exactly, I say, nodding. I should prep for the lesson. She gets up. That's my cue to vanish. I smile as she walks out, but once I'm alone, the feeling fades. I stare at my phone longer than I should, rereading the conversation from the top. You've really improved your bow pressure, I tell Sophia at the end of the lesson. It's always satisfying to see a student beam with pride, but with Sophia, it feels even more rewarding. Really? 100%. She frowns slightly and it makes her look even younger. Maybe it's her petite frame or the way her expression shifts when she doubts herself. What's up? I ask gently. You're not just saying that, right? Because, because of what we pay? I blink. The question hits like a slap, not because she's rude, but because it genuinely stings. Absolutely not, I say firmly, careful not to sound angry. I would never say something just to keep a client happy. That would go against everything I believe about teaching. I take this seriously, Sophia. She looks down. Sorry, Bella, that wasn't fair. It's okay, I reply, softening. It's a valid question, but I'll always be honest with you, whether the feedback is good or not. And I'm still learning too, remember? I'm not a concert soloist. I just put in a lot of practice. Her face brightens. Thanks. That really means a lot. I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick if that's okay. Go for it. She slips out, and I suspect it's partly to avoid the money handoff. A moment later, he steps into the room. I instinctively sit straighter. Matthew. Strong jaw, rolled up sleeves, arms that could probably lift a piano without flinching. And those eyes, focused, unreadable. I press my knees together, willing the butterflies in my stomach to chill. You ready for payment? He asks. Yeah, I manage, trying not to trip over the words. He pulls out a thick wallet. Was that Paganini I heard earlier? Caprice number Isibsa? You've got a sharp ear, I say, surprised. He smirks, just a flicker, and I feel it land somewhere in my chest, trying to keep up with my sister's new world. I stand as he approaches, aware of his height, his presence, his everything, and the way he smells, clean, crisp, and somehow warm. I take the cash carefully, making sure not to touch his hand this time. See you soon, he says, turning away. There's nothing in his voice to hold on to. No smile, no flirtation, which, honestly, is probably for the best. Once the door closes, I walk over to the safe, lock the money away, and exhale. I've made more from these lessons than I would from weeks at the restaurant. Emily said I should quit, but that would be risky. This might not last. And I've worked too hard to let a little hope get in the way of smart decisions.
Chapter 9, Matteo. I'm sitting in the upstairs lounge at La Luna Rosa, one of our clubs. At this hour, it's quiet. Just the hum of distant music and the faint scent of last night's liquor still hanging in the air. To my right is Vito the Hammer Rossi, pure muscle, intensity etched into his every feature. His silence speaks louder than most men's shouts. Across from me is Enzo the Whisper Moretti, wiry and sharp-eyed, always armed with intel no one else sees coming. His voice is low, but what he says always matters. Next to Vito sits Marco the Ghost Mancini. Pale, lean, deadly. You never see him coming, until it's far too late. Then there's Salvatore, the Lion Di Carlo, a walking storm of strength and control. Everything about him demands attention and respect. Elio strolls in last, leaning casually against the wall, his messy hair falling over his eyes. He always looks like he doesn't belong in a room like this. It's deliberate, I think. A quiet rebellion. Took your time, I say. Had to swing by the docks, he shrugs. Picked up a crate of TNT. His smile dares me to take him seriously. That's not funny, I mutter. We both know what that garbage did to our streets. Yeah, all right. Poor taste. What's the deal? Why the sudden meeting? I nod at Enzo. He's got something. Enzo clears his throat. After our move the other night. He doesn't need to say more. We all know he means the Gallo cleanup, fire, bullets, the end. We may have overlooked one thing. Which is? Luca asks, stepping closer. Orlando Gallo, the cousin. Used to be low level, nobody important. But now, he's the last one standing. The rest of the Gallo crew is either buried or burned. And guess what? The few stragglers left are rallying behind him. You sure it's him? I ask. Enzo nods. Last night, 3 people overdosed. Same signature. TNT. One of our guys saw a few Italians circling the blocks afterward. That's pretty thin, Elio says, arms crossed. Enzo raises an eyebrow and slides a folded photo from his jacket. That's not all. We gather around the table. I glance down, and the rage hits instantly. A pale torso under harsh flash lighting. Blood smeared across the stomach in jagged lettering. Gallo was here. The body's already cold. The message isn't. Could have been any of them, Salvatore says, voice slow and heavy. No, Enzo replies. He's the only one left alive who'd pull a stunt like this. Could still be a copycat, Elio murmurs. Enzo doesn't dismiss it. That's possible, but my gut says it's Orlando. What was he doing before this? I ask. We're digging into it, Enzo answers. I'll find his hideout, Vito says simply. I'll get him talking. I nod once. Do it, and in the meantime, let's send a message. Anyone caught pushing TNT loses a hand. Or worse. Elio shifts beside me. I can feel his disapproval. What? I ask. The others go silent. We all come from the same world, and Elio's no stranger to blood. But he's always had a conscience the rest of us buried years ago. Well, I press. What if these dealers are just kids, he says. What if they're being forced into it, trying to keep their families fed? It doesn't matter, I snap. This poison has already taken too many lives. We can't afford to wait for proof of good intentions. I'm not saying let it slide, he argues. But maiming some street-level nobody? You think that's the answer? I think it's the only way to make sure it stops. You know how many people died last time? How many kids were orphaned because of that trash running through our neighborhoods? I know, Elio mutters. I was there. I stand, voice cold. Then don't tell me I'm being too harsh. Get the word out. No tolerance, no exceptions. The others nod and rise. Orders are orders. Elio stays put, fists stuffed in his pockets, jaw tight. You're not smiling anymore, he says quietly. Not a lot to smile about, I reply. If this kicks off again, more people die, and I won't let that happen. So your solution is to maim anyone caught near it? If it sends the right message, I'd do worse. You think Dad built all this so we could let it crumble on our watch? Elio lets out a frustrated breath. Maybe our name alone could be enough. Number sooner or later, someone will test it. When they do, we have to follow through. No hesitation. You want me to walk? He asks. Only if this job's too much for you. Go to hell, he mutters, turning and walking out. I almost stop him. Almost. But I don't. Elio's always done what he needs to, even when it eats at him. He's the best consigliere I could ask for, and I know I just pushed him too far. My mind's still spinning as I shift gears and head back to Duca Investments. It's our largest legitimate business, finance, asset management, and the perfect cover for everything else. On days like this, behind a desk, I can almost pretend I'm someone else, someone normal, someone Bella might not run from. I dive into work, client meetings, portfolio adjustments, strategic transfers. I'm good at this part. But my thoughts keep drifting. Her music echoes in my head. I remember sitting just outside her apartment room, hearing the difference when it was her bow on the strings, the depth, the feeling. It wasn't just technical, it was emotional. Alive. I take out my phone, hesitant. Then I type. I can't get that Paganini piece out of my head. I hit send before I can overthink it. It's more than an hour before she replies. It's a powerful piece. But I've noticed a lot of violinists focus only on the difficulty, not the emotion. I sit back, impressed. She's not afraid to have an opinion, even on a classic. You think they lean too much on skill and miss the soul? Exactly. It's impressive, yes, but it can feel cold if there's no expression. A sliver of sun cuts through my office window just then. I'm not one for signs, but it makes me pause. So you're saying the music needs more humanity, more story. That's it. The phrasing, the contrast, it tells a story. But people rush through it. They miss what's under the notes. Do you have a performance you recommend? Something that gets it right? A few. Some older recordings have more soul, but it's rare. The challenge is finding that balance, flawless technique and vulnerability. I can almost see her eyes light up as she types. It's like playing perfectly, but still making it feel human, I reply. Yes. That's the magic. Like reading poetry with real feeling, not just reciting it. I hesitate before typing the next line. You'll have to show me. Send a video sometime. My thumb hovers over the screen. Is that crossing a line? Am I making it personal? It's still about music, it's fine. She replies, I can record something later. I don't have anything saved. My pulse jumps. Is it just business to her? Is she being polite or is there something more? I stare at my screen. I want to tell her to wear something wild, something that shows off her curves. I want to say what I really feel when I picture her playing, what stirs in me. But I don't. Instead, I write. Then record one just for me. And hit send before I can stop myself.
Chapter 10. Bella. I step into the apartment after my restaurant shift and spot Mom at the coffee table, textbooks scattered around her. Emily's out for the evening. She texted earlier that she had a date. She made it sound so casual. For her, it is. For me, it would feel like a headline event. You look wiped, I tell Mom, dropping beside her and giving her a hug. I brought back some leftovers if you get hungry later. She yawns and smiles. You're going to make one amazing mom someday. You don't have to study every second, I say gently. You've still got 2 years. Don't run yourself into the ground. If I stop reading, I start thinking, she mutters, eyes on her notes. Then try thinking about how much you're going to spoil me when you're a world-famous vet, I tease, nudging her. She pulls me in for another hug. I say this too much, but I won't stop. Thank you, Bella. This isn't how things are supposed to be. You've given me more than I can ever repay. And I've told you, this is just me paying it back. You sacrifice so much for my music. Lessons, gear, that old secondhand violin. That's what moms are for, she whispers. We stay like that, holding each other in silence. I think about telling her about my new student, my new client, but I hold back. Not until I know this is stable. I can't risk giving her hope if it's just a flash in the pan. I'm going to play for a bit, I say. Might record a video. Okay, sweetie. I'll be out here. Love you. Love you too. Since I'm already setting up to film, I figure I might as well use it for my channel. Matt's messages gave me some inspiration. I talk through what makes this piece challenging and why I think the best performances ride the line between technical precision and emotional chaos. It takes me about an hour to get it right. After finishing, I cut the instructional parts out, leaving just the performance. I'm prepping to send it to Matt, Strictly as a music clip, of course, when an idea strikes me, more like crashes into me. I've never done anything like this. Still, I walk to my closet and pull out a pair of short shorts and a loose tank top. I leave off the bra, which feels reckless. I stare at my reflection. My chest rises and falls a little too fast. My shirt clings slightly. What am I thinking? My skin prickles at the idea of him watching this. Imagining his jaw tighten, the flicker of something in his eyes. I tell myself it's subtle, not lingerie, just suggestive enough. I grab my violin again and set up the camera. Then, trying not to overthink it, I leave the frame and walk into it from off-screen, just so he'll see my back, see me reach down for the instrument. Immediately, I second-guess myself. I've never thought of myself as someone people find attractive. Definitely not the kind of woman a man like him would notice. But for some reason, I want him to. I sit, adjust the violin, glance at the camera, and play. Maybe it's adrenaline or nerves or something else, but the music flows like never before. Knowing he might be the only one watching pushes me in the best possible way. Every note feels charged. When I finish, I'm flushed. My hands tremble a little as I step up and stop the recording. I don't rewatch it. I know I'll delete it if I do. This isn't like me. I've never even flirted seriously before. But I guess that's what this is. My version of bold. A knock at the door makes me jump. "I'm heating up the leftovers if you want some," Mom calls. "Thanks," I say, trying to sound normal. I send the edited video to my phone and attach it to a message. I hover. Then I hit send, fast, like ripping off a bandage. I start pacing my room like I'm waiting for an exam result. "You okay in there?" Mom asks through the kitchen pass-through. "Yeah," I lie, trying to focus on the book in my lap. "You keep sighing." "Do I?" She raises an eyebrow but turns back to the sink. I press my lips together, trying not to sigh again. It's been almost an hour. The message shows as read, which makes my stomach drop. Did he just open the text and ignore the video? Did he see what I was wearing and get the wrong idea? Or the right idea? Or no idea at all? "I think I'm going to bed early," I say. Emily said she's crashing at her date's place. "Lucky girl," Mom chuckles. I try to laugh too, but it comes out hollow. My head is spinning. What if Matt watched it and thought it was pathetic? Or worse, he didn't even care. I lie in bed staring at the ceiling. Sleep isn't happening. So I pull out my phone and search for Duca Investments Limited. I hadn't Googled him before. Maybe I didn't want to know how wealthy he really is. Turns out they're huge. Their website is sleek, filled with words I barely understand. Capital flows, asset management, global strategy. The reviews are glowing. Some of the clients are famous. Billionaire level famous. I let out a breath. This is what I've been waiting for. A real shot at helping Mom, building something that lasts. And I probably just tanked it with a dumb video. "Nice move, genius," I whisper to myself. Then my phone lights up. A new message. My heart leaps into my throat. "Hi, Bella. Any availability the day after tomorrow?" My stomach sinks. That's it? After all that build-up? "Yes, of course," I reply quickly. He saw the message. Maybe he saw the video. Maybe he's politely changing the subject. Or maybe he never watched it at all. Either way, that's the end of it. No more crush, no more daydreams. Back to reality.
Chapter 11. Matteo. It's late and I can't sleep. I've lost count of how many times I've watched her video. The first time she stepped into frame, I froze, like a fool caught off guard. She was dressed casually, nothing dramatic. Still, it hit hard. It shouldn't have mattered. But the way her clothes sat on her, the casual confidence, the way she moved, sent a rush through me I wasn't ready for. My reaction? Immediate, intense, and honestly, embarrassing. I sat there, stuck in a loop. Then I forced myself to actually listen. Once I got past the way she looked, I saw the way she played. Every motion, precise, passionate. Her focus, her energy, it was magnetic. I couldn't look away. Now, half sitting in bed, I've got the video queued up again. Her performance is raw, wild, alive. She doesn't just play the notes, she owns them. I set my phone down, rub my eyes, then pick it back up. My thoughts are spiraling. I should be focused on the gallows, especially now. I keep telling myself this is for Sophia, that's why I'm involved. But deep down, there's something I can't shake. There's a fear inside me, not of danger, not of enemies, but of this, of what I'm starting to feel. Dons don't catch feelings. They control, manage, lead. Emotions cloud judgment. That's how you make mistakes. But Bella, she makes that control slip. I hit play again, but skip the first few seconds this time. I don't need to see her enter the frame again. That moment already has a permanent place in my mind. Maybe when this business with Orlando is done, I'll ask her out. Maybe. Or maybe I shouldn't risk it. Not if it could backfire and wreck what Sophia has with her. My thoughts are still racing when my phone lights up with a message from Enzo. You awake, sir? We always stick to sir in writing. Keeps things clean in case anyone ever snoops around. No mention of titles. Just in case. Yeah. Seconds later, my phone rings. Sir, Enzo says. What is it? Vito and I did some digging. Looks like it is Orlando. A couple of users gave us a description. We cross-referenced it with dashcam footage. It's him, no doubt. Vito's already out in the suburbs. Orlando's running a grow house out there. Good, I reply. Let's shut this down fast. There's more, he says. One of the users said Orlando's started offering what he called special treats. His voice drops an octave. It's serious. You mean trafficking? Yeah. Children. A pause, then a soft, sickened, yeah. My gut twists. Don't say another word. Meet me at La Rosa. On my way. I roll out of bed, tension already rising in my chest. Every muscle is tight. This rage needs somewhere to go. At the club's back office, Enzo and Vito are already waiting. Vito's nursing a cigarette, looking like he's been hit by a freight train. Enzo's not smiling either. Rare for a man who usually thrives in chaos. I shut the door behind me. Talk. Show him, Enzo says. Vito reaches into his coat and hands me a few printed photos. I take them and immediately wish I hadn't. The images show a storage container. Inside, 3 children, tied up and terrified. This is Orlando's doing? I ask, voice rough. No question, Enzo says grimly. Where are they now? With our police contacts. But who knows how many more are out there? He hesitates. Say it, I snap. I need the truth, not soft edges. Looks like Orlando's been planning this, waiting for the gallows to fall. He stayed out of sight, letting us do the dirty work. Now he's sliding into the vacuum they left behind. Bringing in more of that poison. And this, I growl. Vito passes me another sheet. 2 images. One's grainy footage. Orlando in a silver-toothed grin, strutting like he owns the place. The second is a mugshot. His face blank, eyes soulless. He's finished, I say. Done. We agree, Vito replies. Any update on the house in the suburbs? Empty, Vito says. Of course it is, Enzo mutters. How'd you even find the kids? Dock worker tipped us off. Said 2 guys he works with were acting strange, sneaking around, whispering. Bring them in, I say immediately. They're just working guys, Enzo says quietly. And they helped move children like cargo. I snap. They knew what was in that container. They were threatened. Gallows men were watching their families. So who do you think should take responsibility, Enzo? Before he can respond, the office door swings open. Vito shoves two men inside and forces them into the chairs across from me. One's older, early 60s, with gray creeping up his temples. The other's younger, sweating buckets, face beet red. I plant my hands on the table and lean in. Talk. The older one gulps. They said they'd hurt my family. I didn't want any of this. I knew it was wrong. I couldn't sleep thinking about those kids. I'm sorry, truly. I'll take whatever comes. I just wanted to protect my family. My eyes narrow. That's your apology? I say, voice low. That sounds like a man who forgot to pay a bill, not someone who helped traffic children. I slam my hand against the table. The men flinch. My blood's roaring now. The second man whimpers. I'm sorry. I turn back to the first. You said you'll accept consequences? Now he hesitates. That tells me everything. I glance at Vito. Make examples of them. No deaths, break their faces, 2 fingers on each hand. They'll show up at work tomorrow, bruised, broken, and visible. Let everyone see what happens when you cooperate with monsters. Please, the younger one cries out. I ignore him. Enzo, come with me. As we head for the door, the older man shouts, What? Too good to do your own dirty work. I stop, spin, and punch him, twice, fast. The first shatters his nose. The second dislocates his jaw. Outside the office, catching my breath, I tell Enzo, make sure those kids are safe. I want their families found, if they have any left. If not, find them homes. Use every resource. He nods. Yes, sir. When he's gone, I wipe my hand and step out into the main club. The music's thumping, lights spinning, people dancing. They clear a path when they see me coming. At the bar, I signal for a whiskey. The glass is placed in front of me. I down it in one go. Let the fire in my chest burn.
Chapter 12. Bella. The moment Matt and Sophia arrive for her next lesson, I know I was right. Matt's pulling away. The second I open the door, he avoids eye contact, staring past me like I'm not even here. His jaw is tight, and there's tension radiating from him like he'd rather be anywhere else. Fine, let him be cold. It's not like we were anything anyway. Shall we? I ask, pasting on a polite smile. Yeah, Sophia answers, her voice bright. Either she hasn't noticed Matt's mood, or she's just used to it by now. As we head to the bedroom, I try to block it all out. The awkwardness, the disappointment, the way I feel in this dress. It's too much, too low cut, too short. I feel ridiculous now. I picked it thinking it might make me feel confident. Now, it just feels like a mistake. I slip away to use the bathroom quickly. After flushing, I go to wash my hands, but something catches my eye. The front door, it's slightly ajar. Did we forget to close it? Or maybe Mr. Hudson popped in and forgot to pull it shut behind him? He does that sometimes when he borrows milk or drops off mail. I move to close it, then freeze. Matt's voice drifts in from the hallway. And it's not the voice I know from our chats. It's lower, harsher, laced with something sharp. I don't care, he says in a clipped, angry tone. If it comes down to it, I'll handle it myself. My hand hovers near the doorknob. I should walk away. I know I should. If he or Sophia sees me listening, it could be a disaster. But I stay. Against my better judgment, I lean just slightly into the doorway. His next words send a chill up my spine. I'll take every single one of them out with my own hands if I have to. My heart stumbles in my chest. Who is he talking about? And what kind of person talks like that? I hear the toilet flush behind me and snap out of it. I rush to the kitchen and yank open the fridge, grabbing the orange juice. Anything to look normal. Sophia steps in a moment later, studying me curiously. "Everything okay?" she asks gently. I force a laugh and a smile. "Yeah, all good. Just grabbing a drink." "Where's your brother?" She shrugs. "Not sure. I guess we wait." There's something in her expression I hadn't noticed before. A flicker of something unsure. Maybe it's always been there, and I've just now caught it. "Want a glass?" I ask. "Sure." I pour two and bring them into the living room. Sophia follows, sitting carefully, her fingers twisting together in her lap. Her eyes keep darting to the front door. "He'll be back in a second," she says quietly. "There's no rush," I reply, even though my brain is still echoing with his words. That kind of threat? Maybe it was just an expression. Maybe he was venting about something at work. But there was a weight in his tone that didn't sound like exaggeration. It sounded real. When the front door finally creaks open, I jump. Matt steps inside, his expression forced into something resembling a smile. "Ready to settle up?" he says, still refusing to meet my eyes. "Yeah," I say quietly. He pulls out a wad of cash and starts counting it out. His eyes never lift. His fingers don't brush mine. He's deliberately keeping distance. And it stings more than I want to admit. "Thanks," I say, trying to stay cool. "Sophia, let's go. I've got things to take care of," he says, already heading toward the door. I don't let myself think about what things he's rushing off to do. I don't ask. Instead, I gather the cash and head to the bedroom. I lock it away in the small safe I keep tucked in the closet. The money stack inside has grown, more than I've ever had sitting in one place. I should have gone to the bank by now, but between lessons, videos, and restaurant shifts, it keeps slipping. "Soon," I whisper, closing the safe door. And for now, that's all I let myself think about.
Chapter 13. Matteo. As I drive, still simmering from earlier, Sophia glances at me with concern. "Do you think Bella seemed okay?" she asks. I clench my jaw, trying not to let my thoughts spiral. Elio had just updated me. One of the Gallo goons is apparently trying to explain himself, saying he only helped Orlando under threat. Maybe I came down too hard, but I'm sick of having to justify doing what needs to be done. Elio always pushes back, but if we don't handle this our way, the city crumbles. "Maddie?" Sophia repeats. "I don't know," I answer. But really, my mind's elsewhere, specifically on that video Bella sent, the one with the shorts, and that look in her eyes when she played. Didn't talk to her much. "Yeah, maybe I'm just being paranoid," Sophia mutters. I keep my eyes on the road. She wants me to engage, to ask what she means, but I can't. Thinking about Bella right now isn't an option, not when everything with Orlando is still up in the air. I've made a decision. Distance is the only way forward. But what about when it's all over? Even then, could I allow myself to really go there? Being Dawn doesn't come with clean breaks and quiet endings. "What were you talking about on the phone?" she asks. "Why?" "The front door was cracked open. I think Bella might have overheard you." I flinch without meaning to. Just the idea of Bella catching even a shred of that call puts me on edge. I don't want her hearing that side of me. Not the man she jokes with over text. Not the one who's calm, who listens. "Nothing important," I say flatly. "Liar," she replies under her breath, arms folded. I grit my teeth. "You know the deal, Sophia. The less you know, the better." So it was business stuff. She didn't hear. You don't know that. Even if she did, I snap. Do you think she's going to run? Do you know how much she's earning off us right now? I could knock someone out in front of her and she'd still take the money. That's what people like us do. We don't earn trust. We buy silence or we make them afraid. Every single time. Sophia stares out the window, silent. I know I've crossed a line, but it's easier to be harsh than to admit that the thought of Bella fearing me stings more than I want to admit. A few minutes pass before she unlocks her phone. Bella's voice spills from the speaker. Hey, Bella Bice. Today we're diving into... I try to ignore it, but at the red light, I glance over. She's dressed down. Hoodie, jeans, completely casual. Not like the private video she sent me, so that clip really was just for me. My imagination gets ahead of me. I picture her choosing that outfit on purpose, biting her lip, slipping off the hoodie. It wasn't just a performance. She wanted me to see her. When can I book my next session? Sophia asks. Anytime, I tell her. But if I'm tied up, I'll have Elio or someone else take you. I can go alone. I glance at her. That's all it takes. She sighs. I thought we were done with all this. By this, she means the gallows drama. She doesn't need to know the details. She's seen enough to understand what it means when things heat up. You're safe. Always, I tell her. That's what matters. I'd trade safety for normal. We were never going to be normal, I say. Not with our last name. That version of life was never on the table. What a cheery worldview. It's the truth. Optimism isn't something I can afford. You're grumpy as hell today, she says with a half smile. I reach over and rest a hand on hers. Bella's still playing in the background. It doesn't have the same fire as the other performance. That wildness. Was that something I brought out in her? I'm going to text her. Book for tomorrow, Sophia says when I don't respond. Fine. And please, she adds, no more mob business during lessons, okay? I sigh. Next time I take a call, I'll go out in the hallway. Thank you. She smiles, then adds, think I could get a smile out of you? At the next red light, I turn to her and bare my teeth like a cartoon wolf. This work? She bursts out laughing. You're ridiculous. Later, I walk into the soundproofed basement room of one of our clubs, and I'm hit with irritation immediately. What is this? I demand. It's one of our interrogation rooms. One-way mirror, dead quiet walls. Inside, a guy sits cuffed to a table, sipping coffee like he's at a job interview. Elio stands behind the glass, arms crossed, waiting. We're not solving this with brute force, he says. I round on him. We're not? Just hear me out. There's no one else down here, so he speaks freely. It's always been like that between us. I had our guys dressed like cops, bring him in quiet. He thinks he's waiting to be questioned by the real deal. He's scared, Matty. Said Orlando threatened his family. I think we use him. He could be way more valuable alive than buried. I let silence stretch for a beat. Elio leans forward. You're losing perspective. That's what I'm here to tell you. Part of me wants to snap at him, to tell him to shut up, but I can't. He's right, and I know it. I grunt, not quite agreeing yet. We can't treat every problem like it needs a sledgehammer, he says. I know you're angry. I know this wasn't supposed to happen again. We both promised Dad we'd hold the line. After Mom died, this city became his everything. We both swore we'd protect what he built. I haven't forgotten, I say, voice hoarse. I couldn't. Then hear me. Really hear me. He never begs, not to anyone. But this is different. I'm listening. We turn this guy. Use him to get to Orlando. When the time comes, I'll be the one who handles it. Personally. Who's going to play the detectives? He rattles off 2 names from our mid-tier crew. Guys good enough to be convincing, but far enough removed that the guy won't recognize them. We'll brief them. Keep it tight. But it has to be someone Orlando's man hasn't seen before. I nod, letting out a long breath. Fine. Let's make it happen.
Chapter 14, Bella. Sarah grins up at me, glowing with pride after nailing the tricky bowing technique we've been practicing all week. Her excitement makes my chest swell. See that? I say, smiling. The bounce was spot on. She laughs, fingers still dancing across the strings like they belong there. Can we try the minuet next? She asks, already adjusting her grip like she's been waiting all day to play it. I nod, genuinely enjoying her energy. We review transitions and tempo, and her tiny fingers move with surprising grace. She's picking it up fast. When the lesson wraps, her mom digs through her purse to pay. But then her face tightens. I can't believe this. I left my wallet at home, she says, clearly embarrassed. I feel awful. I'll head back and grab it right away. I hold up a hand. Seriously, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Her shoulders drop with relief. I don't mention that I can afford to be this laid back because of the stacks of cash currently accumulating in my safe. Thanks to one very intense man I can't stop thinking about. You're too kind, she says, her voice thick. I smile again, trying to keep it light. Sarah's a joy to teach. That's more than enough for me. I kneel down to meet Sarah's eyes. Keep practicing that minuet, okay? And watch your bow hold. I will, she says, hugging her violin close. After they leave, I collapse onto the couch, yawning hard. I haven't slept well in ages. Before, it was the money stress. Now it's different. The money's there. But I can't stop thinking about that phone call, the one I wasn't even supposed to hear. When my phone buzzes, I grab it fast, heart stupidly hoping for a message from Matt. But it's from Emily. Bella, are you around? What's up? I need you to come to this address. Bring a bag with some of my stuff. Just say you're dropping something off. I'll meet you downstairs. The second I read it, I'm on my feet. Something's wrong. I'm texting you from the bathroom. He's not threatening me, but he's getting weird every time I mention leaving. I told him I'd stay, just to calm him, but I don't want to. I need an excuse to leave. My stomach knots. I'm heading out. But you haven't sent the address yet. Crap. Okay, sending it now. I race into her room and start throwing a few items into a bag to make the story believable. Then my phone buzzes again. Please hurry, Bella. She knows I don't have a car. If I take public transport, it's at least a 2-hour trek. I open a ride app. Okay, cab it is. Should take under an hour. I'll call a cab. Shouldn't be too long. An hour? Okay. That okay makes my stomach twist even more. She didn't say it, but I can hear what she really means. That's too long. I scan my brain for anyone who could drive me. Mr. Hudson doesn't have a car. Neither does Mom. How sad is that? I don't have anyone else. Well, maybe there's one person. Tall, intense. Could probably make this guy evaporate with a look. Before I second-guess myself, I open Matt's contact and hit call. As the line rings, I try to focus, not spiral. Bella? His voice is sharp. Alert. What's going on? I swallow. I know this is out of nowhere. I didn't know who else to call. Tell me. My friend's stuck at this guy's apartment. He's not being violent, but he's acting possessive. She asked me to bring some of her stuff as a reason to leave. You need a ride? Yes. I'm coming now. Wait, just like that? The line goes dead. A second later, a text pops up. Bringing my bike. Quicker that way. Wait outside, wear jeans. I've got a jacket for you. I rush to change, grab the bag, and wait by the curb. Not 10 minutes later, I hear the low growl of a bike. Matt turns the corner on a sleek black street bike, not flashy, but powerful. No helmet. His hair catches the light, He pulls up and hands me a helmet and jacket. "Put these on," he says. "They're Sophia's, so—" He trails off, and I know what he means. They'll be snug. My cheeks heat up, but now's not the time for that. "We've got to move," he adds. "Thank you," I say softly, slipping into the jacket. It hugs my body tightly. He shakes his head. "No time to waste. Your friend needs help." I fumble with the helmet strap. "Come here," he says gently. I step closer and he adjusts it for me. His fingers brush my neck, just a second, but it sends a jolt through me. I shove the feeling aside. This isn't the time. I climb on behind him, arms looping around his middle. The engine roars and we take off. I've never been on a bike, but I don't feel scared. Matt rides like he was born for this. Fast, but controlled. "Hold tight," he shouts once, and I squeeze him closer. We reach the building in under 30 minutes. I swing off the bike, breathing hard, and pull off the helmet. "I'll text her now," I say. "Wait, how do we get back?" "I'll arrange a car. Focus on your friend." I type fast. We're outside. Her response comes a second later. "Hey, never mind. I think I misread things. Staying after all. Sorry for the hassle." "No way," I say under my breath. "What?" Matt asks, stepping close. She suddenly changed her mind. Too fast. Doesn't feel right. "Think he has her phone?" I nod. "Yeah." "That's bad," he says, voice dropping into something cold and sharp. "Do you know what apartment number?" My throat tightens. Number just the address? I feel panic clawing up my chest. Matt places a hand gently on my shoulder, grounding me. "First, let's confirm it's not her, okay?" I nod. I text, "Cool, yeah, that was the plan anyway. I've got your stuff." The response comes fast. "It's fine. His sister left stuff that fits me. Even a toothbrush. Pretty perfect, huh?" "He's trying to sound like her," I whisper. Ask something only she'd know. If I do that and she's with him, what if he hurts her to get the answer? "And you're sure you don't know the apartment?" I shake my head. I don't. Matt looks at me, voice soft now. "None of this is on you. Go wait across the street. The second you see her, go to her." "See her how?" "Just trust me." Then he turns and walks toward the building, shoulders squared, stride sure. For the first time in my life, I understand what people mean when they talk about knights in armor. And Matt doesn't even need one.
Chapter 15, Matteo. I press a cluster of buzzers by the apartment entry, waiting for someone, anyone, to answer. In big complexes like this, people rarely ask questions. It's disturbingly easy to slip inside. "Hello?" A frail, older-sounding voice comes through. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am," I reply, using the same polite, disarming voice I've used 100 times before. Makes me feel like a con artist, but sometimes you have to play the part. "One of your neighbors got locked on the roof. I've got the roof key, but I forgot the front door one. Would you mind—" "Oh, poor thing. Of course." The door clicks open. Just like that. Too easy. I step inside the lobby, walk over to the fire alarm, and slam my fist against the panel. Instantly, a screeching alarm blasts through the halls. Stripping off my heavy leather jacket, I jam it beneath the door to keep it propped open and head back outside, keeping to the shadows. It doesn't take long before residents start streaming out. A hungover woman grumbles something about another drill, dragging her feet toward the lot across the street. Bella is already watching the building, her hands clasped tight, tension radiating from every part of her. I see her eyes darting, scanning every person who comes through the door. Then she takes off toward the exit. That's when I spot them. Emily walks out, looking small and pale, her hand clutched tightly by some tall guy in a tank top, his arms covered in swirling tattoos. He won't let go of her. His greasy hair flops in his face as he looks around, clearly suspicious. Bella steps up. "Emily?" she calls. voice loud enough to rise over the alarm. Bella! Emily moves toward her, but the guy tightens his grip. Bella stops short, glaring at him. You should probably let her go. He sneers. Who asked you, Chunky? Everything inside me detonates. There's no pause, no second thought. 1 second I'm standing outside, the next I've got him by the collar, dragging him into the lobby. My fist slams into his mouth. Hard. Too hard. I feel something sharp in my knuckles. His tooth. Say it again. I growl. Call her that again. He gasps, blood pouring from his split lip. His eyes go wide with fear. I don't stop. 3 solid hits to his stomach leave him folding in on himself, struggling to breathe. You like pushing people around? I bark. Not so fun when someone pushes back, huh? Another hit. This one lands different. Something cracks. He crumples to the floor, wheezing. I rear back, boot raised, ready to end it. But then I hear Bella's voice, sharp, panicked. Matt! I freeze and look up. She's standing in the doorway, staring at me like she doesn't recognize me at all. Her eyes are wide. Her expression, not fear exactly, but disbelief, disgust, hurt, and then something worse. She flinches when I step toward her, actually pulls back, raises her hands like she thinks I might hit her. I can't stand it. I storm outside, cross the street, and get on my bike. The engine roars as I peel away, tires screeching, rage still coursing through me. Let them find their way home. He won't touch them again. That much I know. As I speed away, my thoughts shift from fury to damage control. Were there cameras? Did anyone film the fight? I can handle fallout, but I don't need more distractions, not now. Still, the way he spoke to her, there was no version of that moment where I could have stood by and done nothing. Later, back at the club, I stand at the sink, blood swirling into the drain. My knuckles burn under the water as I scrub them clean. Elio appears in the mirror behind me. Dead or breathing? He asks. Breathing, I mutter. Witnesses? At least one. Sophia's teacher. Not sure if anyone else saw what happened inside, but plenty saw me pull him in. He exhales. This is exactly what we don't need. I know. Then why? I give a short, bitter laugh. He insulted her. People say dumb things all the time. Doesn't mean they get a free pass. I splash water on my face, trying to cool the fire still burning in me. Any progress with our guy? I ask, shifting the topic. We're getting there, Elio says. Good. He watches me closely. Are we going to talk about it? Talk about what? He raises an eyebrow. Whatever's going on with you, you've been off lately. The gallows came back. That's enough reason. Is it just that? He asks, eyes narrowing. It's enough, I growl. He steps closer, dropping his voice. You know, with me, you don't have to keep the act up. We've both seen what this life does to people. Pretending we don't feel anything doesn't make it true. I dry my hands and turn toward him. It's the violin tutor, isn't it? I don't answer. He nods. Thought so. You want to talk about it? There's nothing going on. Not yet. I sigh. We've talked, shared a few texts, but when that guy said what he said, I lost it. I don't remember grabbing him. It was like I snapped. I wanted to break every bone in his body just for saying her name that way. You barely know her. Doesn't matter. Elio leans against the counter. So what's stopping you? I'm the Dawn, I say simply. She's from a different world, and she looked at me like I was some kind of monster back there, like she was scared I might hurt her. And that killed it for you. I nod. Can't unsee it. She doesn't know who you really are. She knows enough now. Elio crosses his arms. So what's your plan? Avoid her forever? Probably. Safer that way. Sophia asked me not to tell her about our life. And even if I wanted to bring Bella in, that kind of truth changes things. I don't see a version of this that doesn't destroy what little trust she has. She saw you at your worst, Elio says. And that's who I am. He sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose. I hate to admit it, but you're probably right. We make things better around here, safer. We give our guys decent lives, but that doesn't mean we get to live normal ones. That's the deal we made, and we're not backing out. He nods. Still, let's do our homework. Make sure that fight doesn't come back to bite us. I give him a short nod, but inside I'm still thinking about that moment. Bella's expression, her flinch, her fear. If I could go back and do it differently, I'm not sure I would. That man had it coming.
Chapter 16. Bella. I'm so sorry, Emily says softly, her hands cupped around a steaming mug of tea. She exhales over it and takes a slow sip. I don't know why I always end up with guys like that. I really don't mean to. It's not on you, I say, though my thoughts are scattered. I can't stop picturing Matt, his jacket smeared with blood, his chest rising and falling like he'd just sprinted through a storm. His face was wild, intense. I've been called names before, sure, but nobody's ever stepped in. Not like that. Not for me. And still, I looked at the guy Matt left on the floor and thought, good, he earned every hit, because Matt did that, for me. I'm just relieved you're okay, I say again. Do you think your friend could get into trouble for what he did? Emily asks hesitantly. You mean, do I think he should? You saw what that creep was doing, she says, her voice tightening. Honestly, if you two hadn't shown up when you did, she sets her mug down and her hands start shaking. I think he would have taken it way too far. I mean, seriously crossed a line. Then she starts crying. I rush to her side, wrapping my arms around her. Emily's been through more than most. Her childhood was full of chaos, and now this? Why do guys like that always find me? She sobs into my shoulder. It's been this way since forever. None of this is your fault, I say firmly. Don't let yourself believe that. You're good, Emily. You deserve better. You always have. She clings to me, her crying turning deeper, like she's not just letting go of tonight, but years of pain. I hold her tight, letting her release whatever she needs. We've always faced things together, one step at a time. Later, I roll onto my side, tugging the blanket like that'll somehow trick my body into falling asleep. But I know better. This is going to be one of those nights. My eyes are heavy, but my mind won't shut off. It's past midnight when I grab my phone. I scroll to my message thread with Matt, and immediately that image pops into my head again. Him standing over that guy, fierce and unrelenting. And part of me, maybe a weird part, liked it. Not just the protection, but how instinctive it was. I need to get this off my chest or I'll lose my mind. Is Sophia still interested in lessons? I type. It feels neutral, casual. I hope it doesn't sound like all I care about is money, but I can't exactly text, hey, when you knocked that guy into next week, it freaked me out. And yeah, turned me on a little. His reply comes fast. Do you still want her as a student? Definitely. She's progressing so well. That's not what I meant. What I need to know is, if I show up with her, can you handle being around me after what you saw? So he's not avoiding it. That means I can't either. I pause, choosing my words carefully. I need to be honest. Just because he defended me doesn't mean I should ignore what happened. But it also doesn't mean I should twist the truth. Everyone loses their temper sometimes. Don't sugarcoat it. Don't give me the nice version. I lost control. You were shocked. I saw your face. If this is about the money, I'll pay you 10 grand to be straight with me. I sit up, my fingers fly across the screen. I make my own money. I don't need handouts. Yeah, I need cash. Badly. But I won't sell my voice for it. I send it. Then add, that's why you're getting the truth. Forget the offer. Just tell me. Please. I take a breath, then type, I was shocked. I didn't expect it, but I wasn't afraid of you. Honestly, part of me was grateful. People have called me names like that my whole life. I've gotten used to it. So when you stepped in like that, it felt relieving. I read it twice before sending. It's raw, maybe too raw, but I meant every word. His reply surprises me. That's not what I thought you'd say. From your expression, I assumed you were disgusted. Most people are. They see violence and immediately want nothing to do with it. We're trained now to look away, to pretend it doesn't belong in our world. Maybe I'm just not most people. Maybe I'm jaded. You're too young to be jaded. That makes me roll my eyes. I'm not that young. I'm 20. And I've seen more than some people twice my age. I've had to grow up fast, pay bills, support my mom, fight for everything. So yeah, I've got sharp edges. I shift in bed again, the blanket now feeling heavy and tangled. The idea that he sees me as some wide-eyed, innocent girl really grates on me. Still, it's rare to see someone your age with that kind of outlook. You've been to my neighborhood, you've seen it, the graffiti, the noise, people dealing on the corners. If you hang around long enough, you'll see someone try to be a hero and get stomped for it. The cops show up, take statements, and nothing changes. Or worse, nothing happens at all. That's why I didn't flinch. That's why what you did didn't scare me. He types, but you look disgusted. I pause, then send, it almost sounds like you want me to be. Chapter 17, Matteo. I read her message again. It's almost like you want me to be disgusted. A small smile tugs at the corner of my mouth as I lean against the rooftop railing of the club. Below, bass-heavy music vibrates up through the structure, calling me toward the dance floor, where I could lose myself in some meaningless flirtation. But that idea holds no appeal tonight. She's not wrong. Disgust would make this easier. If Bella looked at me with horror, I'd have a reason to walk away. Even Elio told me we were a terrible idea, and if I could view her as just another pretty face, maybe then I could give in to the temptation, use her, forget her. But I can't. I know that already. She's too sharp, too talented, too real. Why aren't you sleeping? I text, trying to pivot the conversation. Hard to, after everything. Think you'll get any rest tonight? Doubt it. Why? Her why echoes in my mind, soft and curious. And just like that, my imagination goes rogue. I can hear her voice, breathy, close. I try to shake it off. If we're both wide awake, maybe we qualify as night owls. You know, birds of a feather. Way too late for riddles, Matt. I grin despite everything. Even with the chaos surrounding me, something about her makes smiling feel easy again. I could be at your place in half an hour. We could go for a drive. That's all I can offer. No candlelit dinners or public outings. Too risky, too exposed. But this? A moment to just exist in the same space? That much I can give her. Still, I brace myself for rejection. Maybe she'll say yes out of politeness or pressure, or maybe she just wants to keep things smooth for the sake of my sister. Well, what are you waiting for? She replies. That answer? It hits like a spark. There's a teasing boldness to it, and I can picture her saying it with that half smile, daring me. I don't let myself dwell too long. On my way. The city's quieter at this hour. The usual buzz has faded into stillness. I pull up to her building, the first time I've been here without Sophia in tow, and shoot her a quick message. She steps out moments later, and the glow from the hallway lights up her figure. Her sundress flows softly around her, hugging curves that seem designed to mess with my self-control. My pulse kicks up as she walks toward me. Everything okay? I ask when she stops short. No, I mean, yes, it's nothing, she replies, looking flustered. I move toward her, careful. This whole thing is reckless, and I know it. Don't lie to me, Bella. She catches her lip between her teeth. And damn, it's like an instant trigger. The heat, the want, it all slams into me. You just looked intense, she says quietly. I always do, I say with a shrug. But not because of you. That part's true. She stirs up plenty, but not anger. I open the car door for her. As she slips past me, there's a subtle brush between us. It's brief, but enough to make me clench my jaw. I'm fairly certain I hear a small sound from her, but I don't react. Not yet. She settles into the seat and I climb in beside her. So, where are we headed? She asks, her fingers playing with the hem of her dress. I keep my eyes on the road. Thought we'd drive somewhere we could see the stars? My voice drops a little. I don't mean for it to sound that way, but she shifts slightly. Did she hear what I heard? That sounds kind of romantic, she says. I glance over. She's blushing, but she doesn't look away. No one's ever called me that before, I admit. There's a first time for everything. We ride in silence for a moment, then I notice her tapping on her thigh. Are you drumming a beat on yourself? She quickly folds her hands. Sorry, it's a nervous habit. No need to apologize, I tell her. You don't need to be nervous around me. She doesn't respond right away, just hums. And suddenly that noise, quiet, thoughtful, has my thoughts racing somewhere I probably shouldn't go. I force myself to focus. How's your friend doing? I ask, needing the distraction. She's okay, just embarrassed. Feels like she keeps dating the same type of guy. What about you? Who do you go for? She gives a soft laugh. No one, really. I've never been great at dating. Music's always been my first love. And now? Now I've got teaching and a second job. Not much time for relationships. Maybe after my mom finishes school? You're helping her through it? Just returning the favor, she says, her voice edged with protectiveness. She supported me through everything. I don't even think. I reach out and place my hand gently on her leg. Her skin is warm, soft, real. I wasn't judging, I say. She lays her hand over mine. I know. We don't mention the gesture. We don't have to. For now, it feels natural. She doesn't pull away, but after a moment, she does guide my hand back towards safer territory. The message is clear. I take my hand back and say nothing. So how's work? She asks after a beat. I tighten my grip on the wheel. Here we go. It's fine, I say flatly. Whoa, okay, message received, she says, a smirk in her voice. Didn't mean to poke the bear. It's not that, just better if we don't go there. Why's that? It could put you in danger, I say, too bluntly. Danger? She echoes. Wait, are you talking about shady investments or something? I almost laugh. That's the version of danger she imagines. White-collar crime. Not bodies. Not blood. Something like that. You really don't want to talk about it, huh? You pick up fast. Fair enough, she says, not pushing. But I can still sense the curiosity lingering beneath her silence. I'm protecting you, I say at last. And the less you know, the safer you are. Chapter 18. Bella. When Matt says it's better if I don't know what he does for work, something in his voice hardens. I brace for him to suddenly pull over and tell me to get out. We're practically on the edge of nowhere. Definitely not where you'd want to be stranded. My leg still tingles where his hand rested a few minutes ago. The way he touched me was confident, casual, like he'd done it 100 times before. Neither of us said a word about it, but I felt it. It wasn't just a touch. It burned in the best way. And when his hand slid higher, part of me didn't want him to stop. He looks at me sometimes like he's daring me to figure him out. Maybe it's about his past, maybe it's something darker. I've seen a glimpse of what he's capable of. Still, I push that aside. I'm not ready to go down that road. Not tonight. Not when the night feels like ours. Maybe that's naive, or cowardly, but it's how I feel. Matt takes a turn off the main road, pulling into a nearly empty lot at the edge of a small national park. It's quiet out here, the kind of silence you only get far from city lights. He kills the engine, and we sit in darkness. "Less light out here," he says, his tone distant. Maybe I killed the mood when I asked about work. No more hesitating. I reach for his hand. "Well, what are we waiting for?" He glances down, then back at me. "Good point." We climb out, and he offers his hand again. Each time it feels like something big, something we're not naming yet, something growing. I take his hand, his warmth grounding me as we walk toward a trail that cuts through the trees. Dry leaves and twigs crackle underfoot. The stars peek through the canopy in fractured glimmers, and the moon adds a pale glow to the path. "For a guy who claims he's not romantic," I say, "you sure picked a scenic spot." I smirk. Or maybe it's just a clever cover to hide the fact you're planning to murder me. It's a joke, poorly timed. He stops, his face turning serious. "Don't even joke about that," he says, voice low and sharp. "Sorry," I whisper. He sighs. "No, I'm sorry, I don't think that kind of thing's funny." I get it. That wasn't a great line. But weirdly, his reaction makes me trust him more. "Shall we keep going?" I ask gently. He gives my hand a squeeze. "Yeah." We continue walking, and soon the trees give way to a clearing. There's a bench beneath the open sky. Matt leads me to it, and we sit together. "Look up," he murmurs. Above us, the stars seem to shine more boldly than they ever do in the city. Not a perfect view, but it's enough to make you stop and appreciate the universe. Matt slowly wraps his arm around my shoulder. There's a hesitancy in the way he moves, like he expects me to pull away. I don't. In fact, I lean into him and rest my head against his shoulder. He pulls me closer. "You keep proving you're more of a romantic than you think," I say. "Maybe it's just you," he says. "Wait, you've got something in your hair." "I do?" I tilt my head back as he gently brushes away a twig, his fingers brushing through my hair with surprising care. He pauses, his hand resting lightly as he looks into my eyes. There's a different kind of intensity in him now, like he's seeing something he didn't expect. "You're beautiful, Bella," he says, almost like he's not happy about it, like it complicates everything. "Nobody's ever said that to me," I whisper. "Good," he growls softly, leaning in. I'm not sure what he means by that. Good because no one else said it before him? Because he wants to be the only one? I let the thought go. His lips brush mine, slow, firm, certain. It feels like something cracking open inside me. I slide my arms around his shoulders as his hand rests on my thigh. His warmth, his strength. Everything about this feels surreal but so real at the same time. He deepens the kiss and my heart hammers. There's a pull between us, something magnetic. I'm barely aware of where we are, of anything but the way he's holding me and the rhythm of our kiss. Then he stops, looking around. His attention sharpens, scanning the darkness. We break apart just as voices echo from nearby. I sit up quickly, adjusting my dress. A couple is approaching, probably hikers or locals taking a nighttime walk. I hadn't heard them until now, but Matt must have sensed them. "Fix your dress," he says, his voice low. For a second, I misread his tone. My heart sinks. Was this just physical? Was that all it meant to him? But then he nods toward the sound of footsteps. Right. Not about me. About them. We start moving back toward the trail. A man's voice carries through the clearing. "Where do you think we'll be in 10 years? A little place of our own? Maybe a garden?" "I always wanted a dog," a woman replies with a laugh. "What about you? What would you want to do?" "I'd love to write or paint, something creative. But more than anything, I want us to be happy." "As long as we're together, we will be. I want to travel with you, see everything." Their words drift through the trees like a scene from a movie. I slow down, letting their hopes wash over me. "Wait," I whisper. Matt looks down at me. "Why?" "I just want to listen," I say. He raises an eyebrow, half smiling. You mean eavesdrop. We both go quiet again. Ice cream sounds good, the woman says, her tone soft. As long as we don't lose this feeling, this connection, we'll be okay. We just have to believe in us, he replies. Think we'll change? Of course we will, he says. But I hope we grow together, not apart. Matt tugs my hand gently. Come on, this isn't for us. He's right. Still, I let the moment linger before following him back to the lot. The pair must have come by motorcycle. A cheap-looking one is parked not far from Matt's car. As we pass it, he turns to me. What was that back there? He asks. What? You listening like that? What did it mean? I hesitate, partly because I don't really know the answer. They just sounded sure of each other, I say. Young but certain, like they didn't doubt it. They looked young, but still, I murmur. They believed in it. Matt gently tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Is that what you want? To believe like that? Something stirs in me. I don't know if it's his hand, his voice, or the fact that I can't stop remembering how it felt to kiss him. Or maybe it's how he pulled away. Not because he didn't want more, but because he did. I meet his eyes. Do you?
Chapter 19. Matteo. When she asks if I ever wish I had the kind of certainty those young lovers had, I almost say something reckless, something like, I already do. But that would be a lie. In my world, certainty is a luxury no one can afford, not if they plan on surviving. The only sure thing is that I have to stay sharp, always. Maybe what's got me fired up has less to do with emotions and more to do with biology. My body's still reeling from being so close to Bella, from how she responded, how she felt, how real it all was. If we hadn't been interrupted, I know exactly what would have happened. She shifts beside me, her voice soft. We should probably head back, right? This is the moment I'm supposed to say something tender, something that makes her believe in a future. But getting any closer would be a mistake for her. I knew it the second I invited her out here. That hasn't changed. Yeah, I reply, heading to the car and opening the passenger side door. She walks past me cautiously, her gaze flitting to the side like she's unsure if I'm angry. Like maybe she's already pulling away from what we just shared. As I steer us out of the park, I break the silence. That last video you posted, what about it? It wasn't the same one you sent me privately. She smirks, that familiar flicker of sass dancing in her voice. Noticed that, did you? I glance over, catching the way she's watching me. Bold, playful. Was that on purpose? She doesn't answer directly. Instead, she reaches over and lightly touches my hand. What do you think? It's not a question. It's a challenge. We both feel something, and we're both doing our best to pretend we don't. Maybe she's just trying to keep the professional line from blurring, trying not to risk losing me as a client. If that's all it is for her, I almost envy her. For me, it's more than complicated. Getting too close to her wouldn't just mess with my head. It could put her in real danger. That's not drama. It's fact. After I drop her off, I drive straight to the club and head for the office. I pour myself a drink, though I barely ever touch the stuff. When I do, it's all business. One gulp and done. But tonight, I just stare into the glass, lost in thought. The memory of Bella, the feel of her lips, the way she looked at me. I swirl the liquid slowly, letting it catch the low light. When the door creaks open, my hand instinctively moves toward my sidearm. Elio steps in with that usual half-smile, cool as ever. The world could be burning, and he'd still walk in like he's just back from lunch. Most people don't see past that surface, but I do. I've always seen the edge underneath. "Chill," he says casually. "I could say the same to you," I reply, catching the tightness in his jaw despite the calm voice. "This is good," he says, settling across from me. "I've got a meeting set with Gallo. He won't know it's us. We're gonna flip the table on him. He shows up expecting a shipment, and instead we end it. Clean. No more Gallo, no more TNT problems." There's a new tone in his voice, something hard, savage, a reminder that my little brother isn't as laid back as he seems. Sometimes I think he might be more dangerous than I am. "You good?" he asks. "What? Are we doing therapy now?" I mutter. "You're starting to sound like Dad." Maybe he had a point. Talking about your feelings all the time doesn't exactly lead to clarity. "Did you just say the word feelings?" He chuckles. "Who are you? And what have you done with my brother?" "What's the plan?" He sighs, but I can tell he's letting the topic drop. For now. 2 nights from now. Docks. Orlando thinks he's getting a delivery. Instead, he's walking into a coffin. We handle it right then and there. Classic cement shoes? He nods. Old school, effective. And yeah, I'm ready for it. You sound eager. Because there's no way around it. This guy worships the cartels. He wants to bring that hell here. Brothels, forced trafficking, the whole nightmare. We can't let that happen. "Never will," I say firmly. "What about you?" he asks, giving me a sidelong look. "You seem off." I glance down at my untouched drink. "That your first?" he asks. "Haven't even tasted it." "That's what's weird. You've been nursing that glass like it's a confession." I let out a humorless chuckle. "Funny. I was just thinking the same thing." He doesn't say anything, just waits. So I cave and tell him the short version of my night with Bella. The kissing, the electricity, not the more intimate details, but enough. "When you heard those kids talking in the clearing, you started wondering if that kind of thing was possible?" he asks. "Did I?" He scoffs. "Spare me the riddles. I know you." She doesn't know anything about me, not the real me, and she can't. "You're trying to convince yourself it's doomed." "Because it is!" I down the whiskey in one shot, letting the fire sting my throat.
Chapter 20. Bella. Ugh, seriously? My mom's frustrated voice slices straight through my dream like a knife. I bolt upright in bed, dazed and groggy. For a moment, I'm still in that fantasy with Matt. Only this time, no one interrupted us. He laid me down gently in the grass, his touch trailing fire over my skin, his eyes locked with mine. Dang it! The second shout snaps me out of it completely. Rubbing my eyes, I stumble out of bed and find Emily hovering near the kitchen counter, her arms crossed, looking troubled. Around the corner, I see a pile of towels trying and failing to stop water pouring from beneath the sink. My mom is crouched under the cabinet, muttering and fumbling with tools. Mom, we need to call someone. This is beyond DIY. Emily shoots me a look that says, tried, didn't work. Mom pulls her head out, her hair a mess, and frowns. No plumber. I've got this. It's just... A loud hiss and splash interrupt her. More water sprays out. I'm calling someone, I say, heading toward my room. Do you know how much an emergency plumber costs? She shouts after me. Just the call out is at least $100. I'll cover it, I call back. Inside my room, I unlock the small safe in my closet. The wad of cash inside still feels surreal in my hands. Emily's already on the phone, Mom says, appearing in the doorway. I turn, cash still in my grip. Her eyes go straight to the stack of bills, and her expression shifts from confusion to something deeper. Shock, maybe even fear. She steps forward, her hands wet from the leak. Bella, where did you get all that? He's loaded, I say before she can go there. It's not a big deal. What exactly does he do again? I pause. Investments. My own answer sounds shaky, even to me, his Italian name. The quiet confidence. That intensity in his eyes sometimes. It all floats back. He runs a company. He's a CEO. A CEO who pays in cash? We need a plumber. What would you have me do? I just want you to be careful. This is going toward your college tuition, I snap, brushing past her. My voice comes out sharper than I intended, but I can't help the instinct to protect him, even if I barely know what I'm protecting. Emily finishes the call, holding her phone away from her face. 300 minimum, she whispers. It's fine. Just get him here. If we wait for building management, we'll be knee-deep in water. Later, as the plumber works in the kitchen, we gather around the coffee table. Mom sips her coffee slowly, barely blinking as she watches me. I can feel the questions in her silence, like she's trying to piece together a puzzle and not liking the picture that's forming. When the plumber leaves and I hand over the cash, I feel Mom's eyes tracking every move. She helps tidy up, but I know she's just waiting for her moment, and she takes it just as I'm heading out for my shift at the restaurant. Bella, she says softly, grabbing my hand. Yeah? She hesitates. It's not easy for her to say what's coming next. Even though I'm the one covering the bills now, she's still my mother, the one who held our family together when everything was falling apart. I know you're helping a lot. I just want you to know, if getting your help means you're doing something unsafe or something you're not proud of. I'm late, Mom. Please, she says gently. Let me finish. I'm serious. If that's what's happening, I'd drop out of school in a heartbeat. I take a deep breath. You're being dramatic. I'm giving his sister violin lessons. That's all. What about last night? She presses. You left without saying anything. I didn't sneak out, I argue. I just went out. To see him? My throat tightens. Are you trying to imply I'm doing something for money? I didn't say that. Then what are you saying? I shoot back. I know when you're hiding something, she says quietly. I've told you everything I know, I say, pulling away and heading for the door. On the bus to work, I try to shake the conversation, but it clings to me like static. I check my phone more times than I'd ever admit. No new messages, no little dots typing. Nothing. I tell myself, again and again, that he's just the brother of a student. Nothing more. But even I know that's not the full truth. By the time I get to the restaurant, I've got my customer face on. Bright eyes, easy smile, pretending my personal life isn't turning me inside out. I reach for the front door, ready to start my shift. But then a rough hand grabs my wrist. Cold. Strong. It yanks me hard toward the alley beside the restaurant.
Chapter 21. Matteo. Inside the gym, I drive my fists into the punching bag, bare-knuckled. The rough material scrapes at my skin, drawing blood, but I keep swinging. Pain keeps me present. My pulse hammers through every inch of me, warning me to ease up. But I won't. If I stop moving, I'll start thinking. And if I think too long, I'll think of her. Of how she tasted. Of how close we were. Eventually, I stagger back from the bag, my legs unsteady beneath me. My chest heaves. I tear off one glove with my teeth, rip off the other, and collapse onto a bench. I grab my phone, unsure what I even want to say to Bella. I should tell her last night was a mistake. It wasn't, but I need to say it. With the gallows escalating, we could be on the edge of a war, and I can't have someone I care about caught in the crossfire. Then I see a message waiting from her. Something happened. A man dragged me into an alley on my way to work. He shoved me against the wall and warned me, said they know where I live. If you make a move, they'll hurt me. I immediately hit call. She declines. I'm in the hospital. My mom doesn't want me speaking to you. My heart's beating so hard it feels like my ribs are trying to crack. My fingers fly across the screen. Who was it? What did he look like? Any tattoos, scars, accent? I don't know. It happened so fast. But he said if you didn't back off, next time they'd do things to me. I feel sick. Elio was right. The gallows want to bring in the worst of the cartel methods: trafficking, brothels, forced labor, and now Bella's on their radar. I try calling again. Rejected. Stop calling. I clench my jaw, fists shaking. I don't want to scare her more, but she has no idea how deep this goes. Tell me which hospital. I'll come to you. I can't. My mom would flip out. What do you want? She takes a while to respond. Each second is a punch to the gut. My head spins with worst-case scenarios. I want to level their entire organization. If I have to go to war to protect her, so be it. Then finally, we shouldn't see each other anymore. Tell Sophia I'm sorry. She'll need a new teacher. I hover over the call button again but stop myself. Is this what she wants? Or is it her mom talking through her? I hate myself for even thinking it, but I still text. You're in real danger. That man could come back. I need to move you somewhere safe. Move me where? Somewhere nobody knows about. Her typing bubbles appear. I'm pacing the gym now, my boots echoing against the floor as I try to think 2 steps ahead. The gallows sending a guy like this, it's not about keeping her away. It's bait. They want me to walk into the open. Matt, why am I not safe? I start to type out the truth. I'm the head of the Duca family. We run legit businesses, but the money's laundered from... Delete. I can't tell her that over a phone screen. We need to meet in person. I'll explain everything. My mom would lose it if she saw you at our apartment. She already thinks you're bad news. What about you? What do you think? No answer right away. I imagine her reading the message, unsure, conflicted. I don't know. I just don't have enough answers. I wipe my phone screen with a towel, sweat's pouring off me now more than during my entire workout. And it's not just physical. The thought of losing her hits harder than any punch. That's why we need to talk in person. Are you a criminal? I flinch, straight to the point. She's already connecting the dots, and yet I can't answer yes in a text. Please let me explain in person. I'm sorry. I can't do that. I spin in place, fury building. My hand nearly hurls the phone across the room, but I pull back. Breaking my phone won't change anything, and it won't bring her back. But just ignoring this threat? No chance. I leave the gym, no guards, no backup, just me and the rising fire in my chest. I drive across town, stopping at the edge of Bella's street. I kill the engine and sit still, hands gripping the wheel like it's the only thing grounding me. Then it clicks. Of course. The gallows have been tailing me. That's how they knew to target Bella. This wasn't about sending a message. It was a setup. They were waiting for me to show up. That's when I see him. A guy steps into my path. His face is hollow, sunken, classic gallow move. Hire junkies to do their dirty work, then let them disappear. He holds up a paper bag, but I know what's inside. I dive, hitting the pavement in a forward roll. My shoulder scrapes hard, but I recover fast. I rise, twist, and drive an uppercut into his jaw with all I've got. His head snaps back with a sickening crunch. Before he can recover, I grab his throat and yank him into the alley between two busted-up buildings. The place stinks of garbage and rot. Two teens across the street stare wide-eyed, then bolt on their bikes. I don't know if they're witnesses or lookouts, but either way, they're gone. Please! The junkie chokes as I wrench his wrist. The gun clatters to the ground. I grab a fistful of his greasy hair and turn his face toward me. One chance. Who sent you? He hesitates, lips quivering. Then, Orlando. I slam my forehead into his nose. Blood pours instantly. I pull zip ties from my jacket and bind him to a metal pipe. You can't leave me here, he whimpers. I'll send someone to pick you up, I say coldly. Unless you're lying, and there are more of you waiting. In that case, I'll come back and… No, I swear. They thought I'd catch you off guard. His voice is shaking. He's scared, and he should be. I leave him there, stinking, bloody, bound. I step back onto the street and dial Elio. This just became urgent. Bella won't get a say anymore. If keeping her safe means I have to drag her out of her life, then so be it. Even if she never forgives me.
Chapter 22, Bella. My mom has one hand on mine. Emily's got the other. They're holding on like they can somehow keep me grounded. A quiet urge pushes at me to reach for my phone, to text Matt, to ask him to come. But I can't do that. Not now. Not after what I told Mom. She lost it when she found out. Honestly, maybe I should have too. Maybe I still will. I just haven't caught up to it yet. You sure there's nothing you need? Mom asks gently. I'm okay, I whisper. Really. You don't have to stay home or anything. She looks at me like I've grown a second head. You were attacked, Bella. I wasn't mugged, I correct. No, you were threatened, and don't pretend that man's not part of this. They don't know I didn't tell the cops everything. Not about the man's message, not about Matt. As far as they know, I gave a full report, and now we're just waiting for answers. But I lied, to protect Matt. A loud knock at the door makes Mom jump. Oh, what now? She mutters, frustrated. I've got it, I say automatically, starting to stand. You most certainly do not, she snaps, rushing over. I hear her open the door, and I hear her voice change instantly. Hello? I turn, and my breath catches. It's Matt. His shirt is wrinkled, chest heaving, hair wild, eyes sharp and burning. He looks like he's just come out of a fight, or straight into one. I'm sorry, Mrs. Rossi, he says in a low voice, but I need to come in. You're Matt? Mom asks coldly. When he nods, she doesn't hesitate. Then you absolutely do not. Mom! I step in quickly, trying to keep my voice calm. I meet Matt's gaze, arms folded. I told you. There's been a change, he cuts in. They know where you live. They? Mom repeats. Her voice sharpens. I'm sorry, he says. I wish I could explain everything right now, but we don't have time. You need to come with me. All of you. Mom turns to me, mouth open in shock. Then, quieter but no less angry, she hisses, You're not actually listening to this, are you? We need to call the police. Matt steps further inside, his hands loose at his sides, ready but not threatening. There's something unhinged about him tonight. He's scraped up, like he's been through something violent, like he hasn't stopped moving since he left me. I'd rather you didn't, he says softly. Or what? Mom snaps. You'll force us? He shakes his head. I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to keep you safe. From what? I ask, voice barely above a whisper. Mom instinctively steps between us. There's a guy tied up in the alley behind your building, Matt says flatly. He had a gun. He was here to kill me. My mom gasps. A gun? Where is it? He pats his pocket. Mom recoils like she's just seen a ghost. Who are you? Please, Matt says, looking at me, really looking at me, like everything else has faded out. If I meant you harm, it would have happened already. You know that, but I would never. You want us to believe that? Mom asks, voice shaking. He turns to her, voice low and honest. I know it sounds insane. I wish I had time to explain it properly, but I don't. We're not just leaving with some guy who walks in with a gun, Mom snaps, staring me down. I think we should go, I say quietly. Her whole body freezes. What? I take a deep breath. Whatever he's into, someone knows where we live. If we stay here, we're exposed. He can protect us. You don't know him. I don't, I admit, but I trust him. Even saying it feels ridiculous, and yet it's the truth. If we refuse, Mom presses. Matt sighs heavily and steps forward. Mom backs up instinctively. I don't want to do this like this, he says, almost pleading. But if you don't come willingly, I'll have to take you. I won't let what happened to those other women happen again. Women? Mom repeats, her face going pale. These aren't petty thugs we're dealing with, he says. They're worse than that. If they get their hands on you, death is probably the best you could hope for. I'm not trying to scare you. I need you to be scared. That's the only way this makes sense. He steps back, giving us space. You've got a couple minutes to decide. That's all I can give. Mom turns to me, grabbing both my hands. Bella, please, you can't seriously think this is smart. What other option is there? I whisper. We call the cops. They won't get here in time, and even if they did, what would we say? We already gave them everything, and Matt, he says this isn't over. Why would you believe him? Because I do. Because deep down, some strange part of me just knows he's right. Because if he wanted to do anything to us, he could have already, I say. He has the means, and he hasn't. But that's not the real reason. The real reason is something I can't even explain. A gut feeling, a spark, a connection. Do you trust me? I ask. This isn't about trust, she says, frustrated. Just answer. Of course I do, she snaps. But don't twist this like it's some test between you and me. You barely know this man. I look to Matt again. He reads the hesitation in me. I can tell. He softens, just a little, and steps forward again. The danger is real, he says gently. If she stays, you all stay. And if they come back, I can't guarantee I'll be in time next time. Mom, I say, gripping her hands tighter, you've always trusted me. To work, to help you. Even when I was little, you let me go to the store alone when you didn't want to. Trust me now. Emily steps forward too. Samantha, she says, I've never seen Bella misjudge someone this badly. If she says we're better off with him, I'm in. Mom stares at her, then at me, then at Matthew. She runs a hand through her hair, sighing like she's lived 100 years in one night. I guess I'm outnumbered. Matt's jaw tenses. We're out of time. Can we pack anything? Mom asks, already knowing the answer. I'll send someone to collect what you need, Matt replies, motioning toward the door. Please. For a second, I want to take his hand. It feels like a century has passed since last night, since the kiss, the tension, the heat. But now it's not just romance anymore. It's something heavier, more serious. He's here because he has to be, because someone out there is playing a dangerous game, and we're pawns whether we like it or not.
Chapter 23, Matteo. I'm in the middle of dialing when my office door flies open. Sophia charges in like a storm, eyes blazing. She slams her hand on my desk, sending pens and papers scattering. What the hell is Bella doing in the guest house? She snaps. And her mom? Her roommate? Seriously, Matteo, what is going on? Her expression hardens. You promised she'd never get dragged into this part of our lives. I exhale. I know. I should have told you. Things got out of hand. What happened? She demands. She was attacked, I say. Outside her apartment, Someone was watching them. If I hadn't brought them here. For God's sake, she interrupts, pacing toward the window. I knew it was going to be something like this. Something so awful I wouldn't even be able to yell at you for it. She leans on the windowsill, visibly shaking. Don't you ever get tired of this? Of this constant mafia chaos bleeding into every corner of our lives? I hold her gaze. When Dad died, I made a vow to protect the family, to keep this city from falling into worse hands. This life chose me. She shoots me a look like she wants to say, your best isn't enough, but she doesn't. Instead, she collapses into the chair across from me. How much does she know? Hard to say, I admit. She's smart. She probably suspects more than she's letting on. Sophia narrows her eyes. You sound different. Soft dot. I grunt. What's that supposed to mean? She tilts her head, almost amused. It means you've got a thing for her. Don't deny it. You brought her whole family here. You think that was a rational move? You think I did all that just because I've got a crush? You tell me. She was threatened. One of the gallows tried to kill me, I say, bluntly. Her face loses color. If I let her walk away, they'll come back. Next time, they won't just scare her. They'll finish the job. Jesus. She shakes her head. It's unraveling, isn't it? I walk around the desk and pull her into a hug. She melts into it, laying her cheek against my chest. No, I say firmly. It's not. I'll fix this. And one day, you and Bella will play the most beautiful duet anyone's ever heard. She looks up at me. You really think so? For a flash, something uncomfortable twists in me, seeing that childlike hope in her eyes. A part of me wishes she understood the uglier side of this life, but then I shove that feeling away. I'd take the hits for her 100 times over if it kept her from ever needing to. Yes, I say. I do. Want me to help with anything? Make sure they get dinner, whatever they need. Mrs. Rossi probably doesn't want to see my face right now. Later, my office fills with voices. Marco looks pale. Enzo leans in, barely speaking. Vito looks like he's ready to punch through a wall. Think they've connected the failed hit to the TNT? Marco asks. Not yet, Enzo answers, voice low. What do we know? Elio asks. He's leaning against the wall, arms crossed, nodding to a beat only he hears. People are talking, Vito growls. Everyone's buzzing about the docks. Reliable sources? Enzo asks. Vito nods. Reliable enough, or scared enough to tell the truth. They know they missed you, Don. But Orlando? He's arrogant. He doesn't think we've got the brains or the balls to beat him. Let him believe that, Enzo says. We'd be stupid to prove otherwise. I nod. How many guys we got on dock duty? Elio perks up. 20. Pull 15, I say. Reassign them to our other fronts. Let the gallows think we've taken the heat off the docks. Ah, Enzo says, smiling. They'll think we've flinched. Make it too easy. Walk right into our trap. Exactly, I say, drawing a finger across my throat. A freaking men, Vito growls. After the strategy session, I drive with Elio. Sun's gone down. Streets are quiet. We've locked down our fronts and prepped our people. By tomorrow night, Elio says, this ends. Let's hope so, I say. Bella doesn't belong in this world. None of them do. Elio turns to the window. It's not just Bella you're worried about. I don't respond. Not immediately. Then he adds, her friend. The one with the pink hair. Emily, I say. Huh? That's her name. Emily. He glances at me. Why are you telling me that? Because your voice dipped a little when you said friend, I say with a smirk. He scowls. You serious? Just because you've lost your damn mind doesn't mean I have. I haven't even spoken to her. But you noticed her. Don't get it twisted, he growls. Funny. You're usually not this defensive. He flips me off, and we drive in silence for a moment. Even if I had noticed her, he mutters, it wouldn't matter. We don't drag civilians into this. They're already in it, I say. We didn't get a vote. Not for long. This ends tomorrow. They can go back to normal. What have you told them? Nothing, I reply. But Bella's not clueless. Yet, he echoes. You heard me. He watches me. You're not seriously thinking of letting her in on everything, are you? What choice do I have? I snap. The memory of her kiss flares up. How close we were. She already knows something's off. You remember what Dad said? No civilians, ever. She's already involved, I grit out. Too late to backpedal. We've kept secrets before. You could lock them up in the guest house and tell them nothing. Confused, sure, but safer. Not for me. Why not? I want to lie. I almost do. But I'm tired of all the pretending. Because she deserves the truth. Elio doesn't say anything at first. Then, so you do have feelings. I exhale through my nose. What are we, teenagers? Didn't say that. Just wanted to hear you admit it. Fine, I say. I like her. Happy? It's just good to hear you say it out loud. We pull up to the compound. I roll down the window and scan my thumb. Elio looks at me. What if she walks away after you tell her? That question hits harder than I expect. Not because it hasn't crossed my mind, but because I know it's a real possibility. And if she does? I might not be able to blame her, but it won't change what I have to do.
Chapter 24, Bella. She's still in the tub, Emily says, twirling the scrunchie on her wrist as she strolls into the grand living room. She sinks into a plush armchair and props her feet on the ottoman. She doesn't look thrilled. At least she's here, I whisper. At least she's safe. Emily glances around at the luxurious decor, the thick rugs over gleaming marble floors, the chandelier dripping crystals above. Doesn't exactly feel like a prison, but I guess we'd have to try walking out the front door to be sure. I wouldn't risk it, I reply. Did you see Matt's face earlier? He looked like he was 2 seconds from losing it. Intense, wild, she says, raising an eyebrow. Spoken like a woman in love. Oh, don't start, I groan. Love? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Isn't there a saying, 1,000 kisses start with just one? I think you just made that up. She shrugs. Close enough. After a beat, she asks, was that his brother outside earlier? Watching the house? No idea. I've never actually met him. Tall, lean, messy dark hair. Oh, listen to you, I tease. Who's swooning now? Emily rolls her eyes. Please, love at first sight? Not me. I toss guys out faster than I let them in. You're seriously trying that line on me? She doesn't answer, but we both know the truth. Beneath all that sass and armor, Emily's got a heart so soft, she's terrified to let anyone touch it. Suddenly, she gets to her feet. Someone's outside. A chill moves over my skin. Ever since that psycho cornered me, I've been on edge. But when I spot the silhouette approaching through the evening haze, relief settles in. It's Matt. I'll leave you two alone. You don't have to. But she's already gone. Just then, the deep chime of the doorbell echoes through the mansion. I glance at my reflection in the ornate mirror. My hair's tied up, and I'm in a basic tee. Nothing special. But for some reason, I care. I open the door, and he's standing there. His gaze runs down my body like I've shown up in a whole different outfit. His hands clench. Then he meets my eyes. Can I come in? It's your house. No, he says, voice rough. If you tell me to leave, I will. Come in. He brushes past me, close enough that I can feel the tension rolling off him. I close the door behind us. When I turn around, he's staring like he can't look away. Why are you looking at me like that? I ask, except it comes out sounding way more confident than I feel. Like what? Just answer me. Be honest. He flinches. That word, honest, must hit harder than I expected. Because I want to kiss you again, he says, voice low. But now's probably not the time, is it? My logical self wants to say no. Not until you explain everything. Not until I understand what you've dragged me into. But instead, I move toward him, arms reaching around his neck. Before I can fully lean in, he meets me halfway. His mouth crashes into mine. I gasp, clinging to him, heat flaring between us, drowning out everything else. His hands find my hips, gripping tight. The kiss is raw, urgent, not sweet, not gentle, needed. We break apart only when we hear movement in the hallway. Bella? Mom calls out. In here, I say, walking back into the living room. I'm out of the bath, going to lie down for a bit. Wake me if something important happens. I will. Thanks, Mom. Why are you thanking me? She asks, confused. Because you trust me. I always will, she calls out, voice cracking a little. When I turn around, Matt's leaning against the wall, jacket off, sleeves rolled up. He looks rugged, worn out, and strong as ever. So, I'm guessing you didn't drop by just for the makeout session? Smooching, he repeats with a smirk. You laughing at me? Number, I'm laughing because after the day we've had, the fact we can laugh at all feels like a miracle. So, you're saying we're like Beethoven's violin concerto? I tease. He grins. That one I know. He composed it as he was going deaf, something beautiful coming out of chaos. You're too poetic for me, he says, walking toward me. He towers, not in a threatening way, more like he's shielding me. But yeah, just like that. He gently takes my hand. Sit down. There's something you need to hear, something I should have told you from the beginning, and maybe after I do, you'll want nothing to do with me. I hesitate, heart thudding, but then slowly lower myself to the couch. He sits beside me and doesn't let go of my hand. I lean against him. He stiffens briefly, then wraps an arm around me. Let's just stay like this. But I hear myself say, You're a criminal, aren't you? He lets out a slow breath. Yeah, I am. You were gonna say it's complicated. It is, but saying that would be a dodge. Then tell me. I'm the Don of the Duca family, he says plainly. I took over after my father passed. We've got legitimate businesses, sure, but there's a darker side too. Been running both for decades. I glance up at him. His jaw is tight. He looks like he's bracing for me to run. What kind of dark? I ask. Drugs? Violence? No drugs. Never. His tone is firm. We could make more money that way, but my dad wouldn't touch it, and neither will I. So what then? Underground gambling, private loans, smuggling, counterfeit goods, tax dodging. We run protection, handle high-value security. Sometimes we deal with threats, in our own way. He leans back, lost in thought. We've built an empire, but don't mistake me for a hero. I wasn't. I've done things I'm not proud of. Bad things. And yeah, I've convinced myself most of the people deserved it. Like what kind of bad things? I've killed people, he says. Maimed them, tortured them. Goosebumps rise across my arms. Who? Mostly rival gang members, a few predators, others, just enemies. Battles had to be won. I don't speak. Just sit there, trying to absorb it all. You don't have to say it, he mutters. I get it. You're done. I didn't say that, I reply, voice shaky. But I've never known someone who's killed before. I wanted you to know the truth. The man who attacked me? He was part of this? Yeah, Matt nods. The gallows. They're pushing a deadly synthetic opioid, killing people. I thought we shut them down, but one slipped through. He won't be a problem much longer. Won't be a problem, I echo. You know what that means? I nod, not wanting the details. Then it slips out. How many? He doesn't ask what I mean. His eyes go distant. 13. 9 were gang members. 4 were monsters. The kind who hurt women or kids. And none of them were... He stiffens. What? I didn't mean to accuse... You were going to ask if any were women or children. His voice is a low growl. Tell me I'm wrong. I needed to ask, I say, standing. I have to know. They were all men, he says. Always will be. He heads for the door, chest rising and falling like he's trying to hold back an explosion. Then he's gone. The door slams behind him, shaking the walls. I sit there, knees tucked to my chest, staring at my reflection in the dark TV screen. Did he seriously just leave like that? Because I asked a simple question? After dragging me into his chaos? My reflection looks small. Alone. And the crazy part? A quiet voice in my head is hoping he'll come back. That he'll take me in his arms and say I'm safe, even if I'm not sure that's true.
Shut the chatter, sir. Chapter 25, Matteo. My father once told me, even a dawn needs rest. I wish I didn't, but without it, your mind dulls. You forget what matters. You can't lead when you're running on fumes. It's nearly 3 a.m. when I sit up in bed, still haunted by Bella's expression after I told her the truth. It wasn't anger. It wasn't relief either. It was something caught in between. Confusion, hesitation, maybe even hope. I reach for my phone and scroll through our messages. Her voice echoes in my head when she nearly asked, almost asked, if I'd ever crossed a certain line. That question didn't just catch me off guard. It hit something deep. The very idea of her believing I'd hurt someone innocent. It made my stomach turn. But why wouldn't she wonder? To her, I'm still a mystery. And maybe she's one to me, too. I text her. What were you going to say? She might be asleep. Most people are at this hour. Still, I need to try. The message shifts from delivered to read, and my heart kicks into overdrive. Huh? I chuckle softly. She's playing coy, pretending not to know. Or maybe she genuinely let the thought pass. Back when you asked me about the darker side of my life, you didn't finish your sentence. What were you really going to say? She replies with a laughing emoji. Is this your way of apologizing for storming out? A grin breaks across my face. Only Bella could make me smile like this after a day like that. She doesn't just play music. She is music. She brings something to life inside me I didn't know existed. I shouldn't have walked out, I write. But the idea of you thinking I could be that kind of man, it got to me. I'd never do something like that. I couldn't. I had to ask, she texts back. I needed to know. Otherwise? Are you teasing me again? I'm not trying to. Maybe I'm just scared to make the first move. The first move's already happened, I send. Kissing is easier than talking, she replies. Want me to guess what you didn't say? There's a pause and then, go on. Guess. I lean back, watching the guest house lights from my window. I wonder if she's the one awake over there. You need to know I'm not the monster you feared. I know you feel something for me. I feel it too. But we're both afraid. We've both been living behind walls. Are you reading my mind? She responds. Because that's exactly it. I've never been in a real relationship before. I don't know how this works. Never? As in, ever? Is that judgment I hear? Number just surprise. You're smart, talented, funny, beautiful. I figured you'd have guys lining up. You're going to make me blush. My grin spreads wider. I didn't expect flirtation after everything that's happened, but here we are. Are you sure I'm the guy you want to make you blush? All I know is when no one's watching, the truth shows itself. Is that your light on? I type. The light flickers on and off. The one that just blinked? I ask. Don't go imagining things, but yes, she replies. With all the craziness around us, this feels like a break from it all. She's right. Texting her somehow makes the rest of the world fade. Even with everything looming tomorrow, I feel lighter. You make the noise disappear, I tell her. It's like magic. I didn't think we'd talk again tonight. After earlier, were you okay with that? Number not even close. Is that why you're up? Yeah. Couldn't sleep. This is your fault, Bella Rossi. You blaming me now? Only because you've got me thinking of midnight snacks. I'm listening. I skipped dinner. Wasn't in the mood. Same here. Pretty rare for me. Let me guess. You were too stressed? You could say that. I still can't believe you think your body's anything but perfect. I text. Okay. Now you're just laying it on thick. Come meet me. Quietly. I know just the spot. I used to bring my dad here for private talks, I say, opening a tucked-away dining room. It's cozy. 2 chairs, a chandelier overhead, classical art on the walls. It's like a secret, she says, stepping inside. And maybe I'm reading too much into it, but something about her closing the door behind her. It feels like a choice, like she's choosing to be here, with me. Where's the snack then? She asks, teasing. I step toward her. Are you setting me up? She lifts her chin. Her hair's wild, her dress soft and loose. She's beautiful. Utterly. Set you up? She repeats, all innocence. You asked about the snack. You mean I'm the snack? She says, smirking. I laugh. Exactly. But then she presses her hand against my chest, her fingers resting just above my heart. Before anything else, tonight is just tonight. Okay. No strings. No drama. Just us. But that doesn't mean. I kiss her before she can finish. Maybe I'm selfish, but for one moment, I want this fantasy. No crime. No danger. Just Bella and me together. She kisses back, pulling me close. For a second, it feels like time stands still, like we're suspended in something timeless. And then, my phone rings. She pulls back, breathing hard. I'm sorry, I say, already checking the screen. But I have to take this. It's okay, she whispers, straightening her dress. This was fast for me anyway. I freeze. Fast? She shrugs. Yeah, first time and all. You've never... No boyfriends, remember? It shouldn't matter, but somehow it does. Knowing no one else has been here before me, been close like this, it hits different. I take the call. Elio's voice is sharp. We've got trouble. The gallows are moving at the docks. How? I demand. Not sure. Maybe someone's talking, but there's more. What now? They torched the Rosa. My grip tightens. Anyone inside? Number manager cleared out fast. But we've got footage, Molotov cocktail, looks like Orlando Gallo. He did it himself? Desperate or cocky? One more thing. He's saying we're too scared to show our faces. Claims we hide and set traps. So he wants us to show up somewhere big. Make ourselves targets. Exactly. Let me think about it. What's there to think about? We need to end this. I hang up and slump into the chair. Bella moves over and sits on my lap, her arms circling my shoulders. The warmth of her body calms something inside me. Can I help? She asks. Number, this isn't your world. I'm in it now, she says softly. Did I hear you mention a public event? I nod. They're baiting us, daring us to make a move. She points to herself. Use me. I jolt. What are you saying? Let me help. In return, you pay my mom's tuition. I'm paying it anyway. Not for free. They've already noticed you. That makes you more vulnerable. Which is exactly why I should be part of the plan. I hate the idea of you getting hurt. She touches my cheek. Then end it. Fast. I stare into her eyes. There's fire there. Steel. A woman who's made her choice. If we do this, I say, they need to believe we're serious. That I'm serious about you. She swallows. For the plan, right? No, I say, brushing her hair back. Not just for the plan. Her eyes soften. So this is real? You felt it too. Since the beginning. She says my name like it's a confession. And when we kiss, it's deeper. Realer. Like the beginning of something neither of us expected, but both of us want. Maybe I was always waiting for Bella Rossi. I just didn't know it.
Chapter 26. Bella. A date? Mom raises an eyebrow, seated at the sleek black counter in the modern kitchen, cradling her coffee mug.
I nod, trying to keep my voice calm. Yeah, a date. I know it's fast, but I believe Matt's a good man. After everything, I still trust him. I know that probably sounds ridiculous, but you've always believed in me, and look, nothing bad has happened. We're okay. We're safe.
She gives me a long, searching look, trying to figure out if I'm being honest, or if maybe I'm under pressure. Her gaze lingers a moment longer before she sips her coffee again.
You've got that look, she says softly. You're in love.
In love? I laugh nervously. What else would you call it? You're glowing. You seem lighter. No, more than that. You remind me of when you were little. Before... I reach across and touch her hand. Before what? Before life got heavy. Before you realized how hard things were for us. Our life wasn't hopeless, Mom, I say. Yeah, we struggled, but we made it. You raised me well. No drama, okay? And please, don't start with the love talk. Matt and I have barely had time to talk. It's not even been a full week. She just shrugs. I believe what I see. We sit in silence after that, each sipping our coffee. Her words echo inside me. The idea of being in love has always felt distant, unreal. That hasn't suddenly changed, or has it? Want to help me get ready? I ask. She looks up slowly, and after a pause, a smile tugs at her lips. You know, I always wished we had moments like this back when you were in high school. Nothing fancy, just a little mother-daughter thing. It's not too late, I say. You've proved that better than anyone. Later, I'm sitting in the guest house living room, waiting. I try to convince myself this is still about Mom's college fund, that it's just business. But that's not the truth. Not really. I offered to help Matt because I wanted to, because something inside me told me he needed it. Like a silent cord connecting the two of us. Be there in about 15, his message reads. I'm ready, I reply. Are we going somewhere formal? I picked my nicest dress. Not that it says much. You could wear pajamas and still be the most stunning woman in the room, he texts back. Seriously. Also, want to see something hilarious? Sophia found an old DVD of me when I was in my 20s. One of Mom's old collections. What is it? Me. Playing guitar. Wait, you play guitar? Good news? Mom asks from the couch. I look up, realizing my smile's impossible to hide. Apparently Matt plays guitar. Who knew? Mom studies me with that same look. Half wonder, half worry. Like she wants to be excited for me, but part of her is still bracing herself. I used to, he writes. It was just a hobby. Do you still have one? Probably buried somewhere in the house. Forget the video. I want a live performance. You're serious? Completely, I write. Then pause. Well, maybe not the best phrase to use with everything going on, but yes, serious. Then I guess I'm bringing the guitar. Warmth spreads through me. We always bonded over music, I murmur to Mom. I figured he was just humoring Sophia. I didn't think he actually played. I glance over. Tears are quietly streaming down her face. I rush over to sit beside her. What is it? You haven't looked this happy in years, she whispers. She breaks down then, burying her face against me. I wrap my arms around her and hold on, letting her cry. She doesn't have to explain. I know the guilt she carries. I know the dreams she held for both of us. I know she wishes she could have made life easier, but it hasn't all been bad. We've made it here, together. After a while, she wipes her face and stands. I'm going to freshen up. You go enjoy your night. Whatever happens, just enjoy it. Later, I knock lightly on Emily's door. She's cross-legged on the bed, notebook open, sunlight catching the blush in her cheeks. Writing storm? I ask. She looks up, beaming. How'd you know? I know the signs, I grin. I'll leave you to it. Have fun, she calls. Back in the living room, my phone buzzes. I grab it immediately. It's Sophia. Hey, do you still want to keep teaching me violin? Of course. You're doing amazing already. We'll fit in another lesson soon. Just wanted to make sure, with everything going on. The stuff doesn't change anything, I reply. I don't add what's in the back of my mind. That maybe the way I'm handling this stuff isn't how most people would. Maybe an ordinary girl would have run by now. Maybe she wouldn't even speak to someone like Matt. But I'm not ordinary. The melody inside me has always had a few haunting notes. On my way, Matt texts. With the guitar? As you commanded. I'll even serenade you in the limo. The limo? I walk to the window, and sure enough, it's pulling up. Sleek, black, and impossibly surreal. Ridiculous or not, I can't stop smiling.
Chapter 27, Matteo. Thank God this space is soundproof, I say, leaning slightly over the guitar in my lap. Bella's cheeks are flushed pink, a warm hue creeping down her neck. She's sitting perfectly still, hands folded tightly, eyes locked on me like I'm the only thing in the world. Even more focused than last night. Her dress sparkles with flecks of red and silver, and her gaze matches it. Bright, electric. I nearly called everything off the moment she stepped out of the guest house. Something primal inside me lit up, telling me to pull her into my arms right then. Pull her close. Make her mine. Wait. Mine? I was practicing a piece before I quit, I tell her. It's called Romance Anonimo, you know it? She nods quietly. Yes. Anonymous romance. Of course she knows. Music lives in her. I can't believe you never told me you played, she whispers. There's a lot I haven't shared, I admit, instantly regretting it. But her expression doesn't change. She just sits there, absorbing it, like she's not scared of my truth. And I have to wonder, if this was only about her mom's tuition, why bother coming with me tonight? Why sit this close? Why listen like I matter? Well, here goes. I start playing, slow at first, fingers clumsy, struggling to keep melody and chords in balance. The guitar resists, like it's unsure whether to trust me again. But as the notes come together, something clicks. The rhythm returns. Maybe the music never left me. Maybe I just needed a reason to let it out. When I glance up, Bella's eyes are glistening. That was beautiful, she whispers. I set the guitar aside and slide closer. Her leg brushes mine, her body warm beside me. There's something grounding about being near her, something that brings clarity, like our connection is a song only we can hear. I'm out of practice, I murmur. Maybe, but the feeling, that was real, honest. I take her hand, gently, just her hand. Nothing more, not yet. Maybe I'll start playing again. What made you stop? She asks. I did it mostly for my mom. She loved hearing me play. She always wanted us, my brother and me, to have something creative. He paints. I had the guitar. But he was the one who truly loved it. And you? I liked the look on Mom's face when I played. That was enough. And now, yours. She smiles, then squeezes my hand. Sounds like you've got more than enough reason to keep going. I almost tell her, almost say, but I thought this was all a deal. She sees it in my face before I can speak. She looks away, pretending not to notice. I let the silence hold between us for a while, both of us quietly choosing not to confront what's unspoken. As we step into the upscale restaurant lobby, Bella leans into me and murmurs, "Do you think they're watching?" "If they are, this is the spot," I reply. "The club they torched is only a few blocks from here." She stays close as we check in with the hostess. The place is elegant. Marble floors, long crimson carpets, and soft lighting from ornate chandeliers. They escort us to a private balcony booth, perfect for being seen. My hand rests on her lower back the whole time. It bugs me that this is only partly real. I wish this were just a date and nothing more. I want more nights like this without pretending. "You look stunning," I tell her once we're seated. She waves it off, clearly trying to brush away the compliment. I don't let her. I grab her hand and gently run my thumb over her fingers. "No, really," I say, more serious now. "Don't dismiss it. You deserve to hear it. You're beautiful, Bella, inside and out." She looks down for a second, then back up, holding my gaze. "So are you," she says softly. "Even if the world's made you do things you wish you hadn't." "It wasn't the world," I tell her. "That's too easy. I made choices. I stepped into this role after my dad passed." "To protect the city?" she asks. "To keep it from worse people, yeah. Doesn't mean I'm good." Doesn't mean you're evil either. She shifts in her seat. Two guys just walked in. They're watching us. Don't turn around. Describe them. Two men in tailored suits, slicked back hair. A little like you, only less attractive. I smirk. Is one tall and skinny? Yep. That's our guy. So what happens now? She asks. Are you going to? I shake my head. They won't make a move here. They know better. This place is full of people, but their showing up means they bought the act. I've officially become bait, she mutters. We can stop, Bella. Anytime. But she cuts me off. I want to help. For your mom, I say, instantly regretting how it comes out. She stiffens. Yeah, that sounded colder than I meant it to, like I'm questioning her reasons. But maybe I just want to believe she's here for something more. Because I am, and it's terrifying. They're still looking this way, she murmurs. Then, without warning, she kisses me. Long, full of heat, full of something that leaves my head spinning. My hand brushes her cheek, the world slipping away again. It's just her and me, nothing else matters. They left, she says quietly. They saw what they needed. They'll report back, and they know they can't touch us here. So, what now? I smile. Now, we enjoy our night.
Chapter 28, Bella. What did you two talk about? Emily asks, sitting crisscross on her bed, the afterglow of her creative writing binge still lingering on her face. Mostly music, I reply, my heart still fluttering from Matt's surprise guitar performance on the ride back. When he speaks about it, it's like watching a completely different version of him come alive. I felt it in our texts, but hearing him in person, it's something else. Emily's wearing the same look Mom had before my date, disbelief blended with cautious awe. Does he still believe you're only seeing him because of the whole college tuition deal for your mom? I shrug. I think so. Maybe. I'm not sure. And you're okay with him believing that? I don't even know if he really believes it. Sure, we started this with a reason, but tonight felt more like something deeper. I lower my voice. Does it make me strange that I'm not afraid of his past? He's admitted to some dark stuff, things normal people would run from. Emily leans back against her pillows. Maybe stop trying to figure out what you should feel and ask yourself what you do feel. I rest my hands on my stomach, staring at the ceiling. Since stepping foot on this estate, my emotions have been a whirl of contradictions. The strangest part? None of it feels forced. It all feels right. Like a melody I've heard my entire life, only now understanding the lyrics. I think that once this madness ends, I want to see where this could go. What's with the She smirks. That's the understatement of the year. If that's not love knocking at your door, then I must have dyed my hair for nothing. I laugh. So what would you call it then? You've found your person, and now you're scrambling for reasons not to believe it, even though deep down you know this is real. Like, forever kind of real. Geez, Em. I roll my eyes and laugh again. You're in one of your poetic headspaces. Or maybe I just know you better than you think. Right, I say with playful sarcasm. Emily gets these wild, intuitive bursts sometimes. Half poetry, half prophecy. It's part of her charm, and the chaos. I'm taking it slow, I insist. She chuckles. Bella, let's be honest. Slow left the building after your first text exchange. What if I move too fast and it all falls apart? What if he's not who he says he is? What if this ends badly? Do you think he's lying? I pause. I don't. But how would I know for sure? That's not the question I asked. I exhale sharply. No, I believe him. But if I'm wrong, it would break me.
That part I don't say out loud, but it's there, heavy in the silence. I've built this up as something I'm doing for someone else, so I don't have to admit it's also for me. If I get hurt, I can at least pretend I was just playing a part.
Bella? Emily's voice softens.
Yeah?
You've gone all quiet. What are you thinking? That it's easier when I live for someone else. Helping mom, working, staying focused. That's simple. But this means making a choice. She walks over and kneels in front of me, gripping my hands. No, Bella. This time, you get to choose. Later, half asleep, dreams try to pull me into some alternate future. A sunset over hills, Matt holding something, a child maybe, a life. Then there's a knock at the door, snapping me back. I rub my eyes. Yeah? It's Sophia. Give me 2 seconds. I grab a wipe, fix my hair quickly, then open the door. Sophia stands there, her violin in hand, eyes fierce with purpose. I want us to perform together at the party, she says bluntly. Elio filled me in. You're using your music to bait the gallows. I'm tired of sitting on the sidelines. What does Matt think? I don't care. If you can put yourself out there and risk it, so can I. I chew my cheek, bad habit. And if Matt says no? She crosses her arms. He won't. Not if you ask. I give her a puzzled look. You have influence, Bella. He'll listen to you. There it is again. That look everyone's been giving me lately. Like they see something I don't want to admit. All right, show me what pieces you've picked. She brightens instantly and pulls out a folded list from her pocket. I selected pieces that highlight your strengths while keeping mine manageable. Nothing too wild. I promise. You're not going to mess anything up, I say, resting a hand on her arm. You're doing amazingly. I'm proud of you. I've made progress, she says, nodding. But I won't become a pro overnight. I just want a chance. Can we talk through it? There's no way I can say no. Her excitement, her passion, it reminds me of when I first fell in love with music. Yes, let's do it. Her smile lights up the room. I'll grab my violin, I say. Wait, she says shyly. I was hoping you'd accept one of mine. As a thank you gift. I've got way more than I need. They're yours, Sophia. I can't take one from you. It would mean a lot. And you want me to ask Matt about the duet, right? Yeah. I need to be part of this. Meeting you made me realize how little I've done with my life. I'm 24 and haven't had a real job, never been in love, never lived. My brothers mean well, but in trying to protect me, they've kept me stuck. Her words hit hard. I get it. I really do. Still, the risk weighs on me. You're risking a lot, I say quietly. She sees through me. And you're not? I try to use the tuition excuse again, but the words fall flat even to me. So you get to risk it for your family, but I can't? Touché. I grin. All right, let's look at your list. We head to the living room, alone for now. She opens the list like it's sacred. She's put real thought into it. Pieces like Canon in D and the Sleeping Beauty Waltz. Complex enough to show off, balanced enough to keep us in sync. These are all solid, I say, passing the paper back. Your call. She beams with pride, and I feel that familiar warmth. The feeling I always get when a student starts to believe in their talent. We go over the songs together, discussing the details, tempo, dynamics, transitions, and in that moment, I almost forget why we're doing this. I forget about the danger, the threat, the whole reason we're playing. For a little while, it's just two musicians planning a performance, sharing music, not fear.
Chapter 29, Matteo. I'm seated in my office at the estate, phone to my ear, speaking directly with the manager of an event venue on the city's edge. I purposely chose a location far from residential areas, but close enough not to raise suspicions with the gallows. It also needs to be easy to lock down in case backup is needed. And most importantly, it must have a stage that doesn't leave the performers completely exposed. But sir, Katrina, someone we've used before, says, if the performers can't be seen clearly by the audience, won't that seem odd? Her point isn't wrong. Still, it ticks me off. Not because she's being difficult, but because it forces me to think about worst-case scenarios, about Bella, about things I can't let happen. Just the thought of it wrecks something in me. I can't go there. I won't. When's your next open night? I ask, voice tight. You mean we're bumping tomorrow night's fundraiser? I'm aware of the conflict, I say, already hoping it's not something meaningful, like a charity gala or a school event. When she tells me it's a greasy political fundraiser, I end the call feeling mostly satisfied. Still, the visibility problem lingers. Even if Bella's wearing protection, the risk is real, and it's too damn high. I leave my office expecting to find Elio in the armory. That's where he was earlier, carefully breaking down and cleaning his favorite guns with the care of an artist prepping his brushes. But he's not there. He's in the studio. Paint is streaked through his hair, mostly red, and he's barefoot, stalking across the space like he's mid-battle with the canvas. With his brush in one hand and his body taut with focus, he adds thick, fast strokes. I step closer. The outlines of a woman start to emerge, faint, layered into a storm of chaotic colors. Maybe there's a window behind her, but the piece is still wild, just like him. You holding up? I ask. He turns slowly, blinking like he's coming back to reality. For a second, he looks totally unhinged, like how Mom used to get when she'd disappear into novels for days. But then he smirks, and the moment passes. Just staying busy until go time. Is the venue locked in? There's a hiccup, I say. Katrina thinks it'll look suspicious if the musicians aren't visible to the crowd. He stares at me, expression unreadable. I almost expect him to say, duh. There might be a workaround, he says casually. We can keep them safe. Them? I snap, instantly alert. She hasn't told you yet? This isn't sounding good, I mutter. It's not mine to tell. Of course not. He's clammed up tight. So what's your brilliant solution? It's something you'll appreciate, he says with a grin. Elegant, symbolic. Right up your alley. When I get close to the guest house, I already know what I'll find. Twin violins fill the air, one agile and quick, dancing over the notes, the other more grounded, steady. I don't recognize the piece. Maybe I've never heard it before. Or maybe I can't think clearly with this pressure pounding through my head. Hello there. I turn toward the voice. Samantha's sitting on the porch, half in shadow. For a moment, the resemblance to her daughter is striking. But once she steps into the light, her expression hits different, sharp, angry. Mrs. Rossi, I greet her. Miss, she corrects, calmly but firmly. I didn't mention it before, but it's Miss. My apologies, Miss Rossi, I reply. You kept your ex's name? It's my daughter's name, she says simply, then gestures toward the porch chairs. Care to sit with me? Of course. As we settle in, she fixes her eyes on me. There's a protective fire behind them. Are you going to hurt my daughter? No hesitation. No, I say flatly. I won't. I'll do everything I can to protect her. She deserves nothing less, and I plan to give her the best I have. The intensity in my voice surprises even me. She leans back, startled. Her mouth parts slightly, like she didn't expect that level of honesty. Wow, she says quietly. I let out a dry laugh. Yeah, it's a lot. But is it true? I pause only for a moment. I already know the answer. Yes, I say, nodding once. She's remarkable. She's talented and driven and way more selfless than most people twice her age. Honestly, she's the best person I've ever known. The words just pour out of me. It's the way she lights up when she plays. The way she brings my sister out of her shell. It's all of it. I stop before I mention that damn video. Even the memory of it sends heat through my veins, and I have to force the image away. Samantha watches me carefully. All of that. You really feel it? I press a hand to my chest. I wouldn't lie to you. Not to her mother. If a man's going to pursue a woman, he owes her family respect. That's just how I was raised. Family, she echoes, stretching the word. Parents. Yes, ma'am. She looks off into the yard for a second, then back at me. Want some advice? I'm all ears. Don't push her too hard. Trust her. She's always been wise for her age. When she told me she wanted to learn violin as a kid, she had this hopeful look in her eyes. I believed in her. I still do. My throat tightens. I nod. Her love for her daughter is fierce and humbling. She's already amazing, I murmur. I wanted to hate you, she says after a beat. But then I saw her face. She looked like the girl I remember, before life got complicated. And you gave her a shot. She gives a tired smile. Don't paint me as a saint. I've made mistakes. Her father walked out on us, and 2 years later, I heard he died. I never told her. I wanted to protect her. But maybe that wasn't the right way. Her voice cracks. She finally says it aloud. I lied to her. She'll understand, I say gently. You did what you thought was best. She's just too good for this world sometimes. I don't always feel worthy of being her mom. I shake my head. You raised her. That says everything. We sit in silence for a moment, her emotion thick in the air. And maybe that's why, when Bella asks me later for something I should refuse, I don't. I say yes, even though it means putting both my sister and the woman I love in harm's way. Chapter 30, Matteo. I lie awake in bed, eyes shut, trying to will myself into sleep. I need rest for what tomorrow demands, but my thoughts drift. To Bella, to our talk after I spoke with her mother. She needs to help, Bella had said about her sister. If it weren't for Elio's plan, I probably wouldn't have let either of them go through with it. But the truth is, things are too far along now, and while it's still risky, there's a real shot at making it work. My phone buzzes on the nightstand. I reach for it, and just seeing her name pulls a smile to my face. It hits me. This won't change. Every time she texts, I'll feel this way. Bella, are you asleep? I'm way too wired. Tomorrow can't come soon enough. Me. At least you'll be safe behind that glass. The idea to use bulletproof panels was Elio's. Normally, a barrier between performer and audience would raise eyebrows, but he spun it as symbolic, about how society boxes in artists, keeping them at a distance. He explained it better than I ever could. Bella, what are you up to? Me. What do you think? Messaging you? Bella. Want to go on another late-night adventure? Those 3 dots as she types. They've never meant much before, but now they hit differently. Bella. I thought you'd never ask. Later, we're cruising through the city. One hand on the wheel, the other rests lightly on her leg. Every time she shifts, I'm aware of her warmth. She's wearing a light summer dress, and it leaves just enough to the imagination. "Anywhere you want to go?" I ask, glancing over. She grips my hand a little tighter when I say go, and when I look over, she has this playful, charged look in her eyes, like she's got a secret. "What's on your mind, maestro?" She hesitates, her confidence faltering for just a breath. I sense it, some deeper vulnerability she's wrestling with. Then it's gone, replaced by determination. "I used to dream about this hotel," she says quietly. "The Grand Elysium." "What about it?" "When I was a kid, my mom worked all kinds of jobs. One of them was across from that place. I used to imagine what it'd be like to be someone who belonged there, to walk through those glass doors like it was nothing." I nod, adjusting the GPS. "Then that's where we're headed." I don't need to think twice. The need to be close to her is mounting. But more than that, I want to give her that dream, even if it's just for tonight. Inside the suite, I draw the curtains shut. The room is impressive, no doubt. But the only thing that really holds my attention is her. She stands near the window, letting the dim light catch her silhouette. There's a soft confidence in her posture, something intentional. "You sure about this?" I ask, voice low. She freezes, caught off guard. "Aren't you?" I step closer, hands sliding around her waist, pulling her gently to me. She melts against my chest, the space between us vanishing. "Bella," I murmur. She leans into me, resting her forehead against mine, her breath brushing my lips. We don't rush. There's an electricity between us, palpable but patient. Every move feels deliberate, like a dance we've always known how to perform but are only now letting happen. Later, we lie side by side, tangled in sheets, our breathing steady. Neither of us says much. There's no need. Eventually, I speak. "We didn't use protection." She shifts closer, resting her head against my chest. "I know," she says softly. "But right now, I don't want to think about that. I just want to be here." She pauses, then laughs lightly. "And I mean actually sleep for once." I smile and adjust the blanket around us, setting an alarm just in case. We shouldn't be here without security, but I know we weren't followed. My weapon is close should it come to that. And yet, with her beside me, my guard finally drops. I drift off into the deepest sleep I've had in years. It's a mistake.
Chapter 31, Bella. I move quietly through the dark, careful not to make a sound, just like I used to when sneaking out to meet Emily as a teenager. We didn't party much, but we'd sometimes slip into the night for a bit of freedom. Mom, no matter how busy, always noticed everything, so I had to be stealthy. Now I'm standing beside the bed, watching him sleep. My man. That word plays on repeat in my head. My man. Maybe people would say this all happened too fast. Maybe they'd laugh at us saying I love you already. But tonight could be my last night, and I won't let fear stop me from doing the right thing. Sophia insisted on being at the party. Mom insisted too. They're not backing down, so I can't either. Orlando Gallo somehow got hold of my number. His message wasn't vague. It wasn't a scare tactic. He said, "Meet me, or I'll make sure your mother doesn't make it through the night." And I believed him. I've seen what they're capable of. Thinking about the rest, what he hinted he'd do, makes me feel sick. He sees me as fragile, soft, a naive girl who can be intimidated. Let him. That's exactly what I need if I'm going to pull this off. I lean forward, slipping my hand into Matt's jacket pocket, fingers wrapping around the cold grip of his weapon. Then his eyes snap open. "What are you doing?" he growls, instantly alert. I freeze, heart pounding. His gaze is locked on mine, intense, unblinking. My whole body still hums from last night, from the way he touched me like we were made for each other. But this moment is something else. This is life or death. "I'm going to stop Orlando Gallo," I say quietly. He sits up, blanket sliding off him, his expression tightening. "Say that again," he says, voice low and full of heat, but not the passionate kind. This is anger, worry, fury. My throat tightens, but I hold his stare. He messaged me. He threatened to hurt my mom if I didn't meet him. I told him I'd come, alone, at the arcade. I shiver. "I just wanted one more night with you, in case he kills you?" Matt finishes for me, jaw clenched. I glance at my phone. His last message still stares back at me. "Tick-tock, sweetheart." "Yes," I whisper. "Why didn't you tell me?" "He said if I told anyone, he'd go through with it. He'd hurt her." "Your mom?" His voice drops lower. I nod, then pull up the conversation, scrolling to the photo. I hesitate. It's disgusting, evil, but I show him anyway. He takes one look, and something inside him snaps. "That's sick." He slams the phone down, his whole body tensing. He thinks this city is his playground, hurting kids, making threats like this. Matt stands and pulls on his clothes quickly, his movements sharp and focused. "You were right to bait him out," he says, "but there's no chance I'm letting you go out there alone." "But what if he has the kid with him?" I ask softly. "Would he really?" "He wouldn't hesitate," Matt replies, voice hollow. "And not just him. They all would. That's who we're dealing with." My phone vibrates again. Another image. This time, Orlando is grinning like he's already won. A knife in one hand, the other gripping a child's neck. His message: "Come alone or she dies. 5 minutes." "What do we do?" I ask, my voice cracking. Matt stares at the screen, then slowly exhales. "You'll have to go," he says. "And I'll follow. I'll stay out of sight and wait for a shot." "What's the plan?" I press. "I'll find a spot nearby, something high. You go in, keep him talking. I'll act if I get the chance." "He's in the arcade?" I nod. "Yes, right across the street." "Okay." Then I see the shift in him before he even moves. It's like a switch flips. His entire presence hardens. The calm, controlled version of him vanishes, replaced by something sharp, precise, dangerous. He steps forward suddenly and grabs my shoulders. "Stop," I snap. "Let me help." "Not happening." "Matt, I mean it." He doesn't argue. He moves fast, steering me toward the bathroom, his grip firm. I could fight him, kick, struggle, but I wouldn't win. I don't want to hurt him, even if I could. He shoves the door closed. I twist the handle, but it won't turn. Suddenly, it gives way. I rush out, heading straight for the main door, only to find it blocked from the other side. I push again. Nothing. He's barricaded me in. "Matt," I yell, "don't do this alone. Please, don't shut me out." But he doesn't answer. And I'm left pounding on the door, heart in my throat, knowing that out there in the dark, it's already begun.
Chapter 32, Matteo. My thoughts are razor sharp. My focus has shrunk to a single chilling truth. A child's life hangs in the balance. This man. I destroyed everything he had. His people, his pride, his place in this world. I gave him every reason to hate me, but hate me directly, not my sister, not an innocent child, and not the woman I love. "I love you, Bella," I murmur, sliding my weapon into my waistband and making my way across the street. Each step brings the weight of life or death closer. I slip around the corner, heading toward a side entrance. A fire door catches my eye. If this is a trap, it could all end right here. I take a breath. "I love you, Bella," echoes in my mind as I pound my fist against the door. My voice drops into a slurred, believable drawl, something I've perfected over the years to sneak through places I had no business being. Come on, man. Got a light? Cigarette? Anything? Footsteps. I duck into the shadows by the trash bins, pressing myself against the wall. The door creaks open. This some kind of joke? A voice mutters. I spot her first. A little girl, clutching a stuffed bear, eyes wide, terrified. My heart drops. She shouldn't be here. No child should ever be near this. But there's no perfect outcome. Not in the real world. I brace myself. This will leave a scar. Then he steps out behind her, knife poised at her neck. It's Orlando, lean and twitchy, pathetic. We barely noticed him when the real leaders fell. He was an afterthought. Now he's here, playing his hand. He sees me, starts to speak. Maybe he's ready with a threat, a warning, something dramatic. But I don't give him the chance. I move. He tries to react, eyes wide, jaw dropping, but he's too slow. A single shot rips through the air. It finds its mark. The girl screams as I pull her back. Just in time. Even as he drops, his arm jerks forward, blade flashing. It misses, barely. Then another figure steps into view. Big, armed. A shotgun leveled at me. I turn, shielding the girl with my body. She looks up. Wrong moment. She sees too much. I hate this. Hate the way the world works sometimes. How innocence always pays the highest price. I fire. One shot, then another, and another. 4 in total. Each lands hard, dropping him to the ground like a sack of bricks. I pull the girl close, tucking her face against my chest. She doesn't need to see anything else. Not now. I grab my phone and call Elio. Where the hell are you? He snaps. They just torched. That was a distraction, I say, my voice low and even. Orlando tried to ambush Bella. It's over. He's dead. There's a pause. Then, damn. I've discharged 5 rounds, 2 down. I need a cleanup team now. Text me your location and get out. Fast. I lift the little girl into my arms and carry her across the street. Toward safety, toward hope. Even if it comes too late for some, it won't be too late for her. Chapter 33, Elio. We choose to move forward with the performance. It's not just a show, it's a statement. A bold public declaration of the Duca family's presence and strength. Another reason our parents would have stood a little taller. While I sit and wait for it to begin, half tuned into the excited voices of Sophia and Emily beside me, my thoughts drift to the little girl my brother rescued. She's back with her family now. Safe. Orlando would have done something unspeakable. But Matt stepped in. Like always, he did what needed to be done. I glance over at Emily. Her pink hair is tied up high, swaying slightly as she talks. Every motion she makes carries a kind of artistic rhythm, like she's always halfway in a dance. Turning to Miss Rossi on my other side, I smile and ask, "Looking forward to the show?" "I am," she replies warmly. "Though, wasn't Sophia supposed to play too?" I give a knowing smirk and lean closer. "Didn't Matteo already ask for your blessing?" Her eyes widen like she's just realized something she missed. Then, the lights dim. The stage lights snap on, revealing Bella seated inside a clear glass enclosure, violin in hand, bow poised. Even from here, I can sense her energy. She was furious at Matt earlier for locking her in that room. But those two never stay mad for long. She begins to play. I don't know the piece by name. Music was always more their thing than mine, but it washes over the room like a spell. I focus more on how the light refracts through the glass, how the shadows move. It's like watching a living painting unfold in real time. Out of the corner of my eye, I look at Emily again and briefly wonder what color her hair was before the pink. The music slows, then stops. Bella rises and steps through a hidden seam in the glass enclosure. She bows to the crowd with quiet grace. "We don't need this barrier," she says, lifting her bow like a conductor's wand. Right on cue, the glass walls shatter into pieces that scatter like confetti. The room bursts into applause. Then, the lights cut out. A collective gasp travels through the crowd. But I already know what's coming. When the lights return, Matteo is down on one knee in front of Bella, holding her hand. Her eyes shimmer with tears. He's not wearing a mic. This isn't some choreographed show. His lips are moving, but his voice is meant for her alone. Soft, personal, real. I don't have to hear the words. I can feel them in the air. I can see them in his face, in hers. Bella gasps, and then, "Yes!" she cries out. "Yes, yes, yes!" He slips a red ruby ring onto her finger, the gem catching the spotlight. Miss Rossi is the first to rise, clapping wildly. The room soon follows, everyone standing, clapping, whistling, cheering. I glance at Emily, but she's already looking at me. I look away. This moment belongs to Matteo, to Bella, to everything they've survived. And I'm proud, because he's my brother. And for once, he's letting himself be happy.
Epilogue. Bella. 1 month later. Matt and I sit side by side on the porch playing Pavane by Gabriel Fauré. The melody is soft and graceful, perfectly suited for a duet between violin and guitar. As my bow glides over the strings of the Stradivarius, I'm still a little stunned that it belongs to me now. That this life, our life, is real. We're bathed in the golden tones of a slow-setting sun, music floating through the warm evening air, drifting across the garden. Matt sits with focus, gently strumming, his eyes flicking up to mine with a playful grin. I think back to what he told me not long ago, his voice urgent but certain, his gaze fixed on mine. "Nothing will ever come between us. Nothing will stop me from loving you. You're mine, and I'm yours, forever. Bella Rossi, will you marry me?" Hearing those words was like waiting your whole life for the final note of a song, and finally hearing it land exactly where it was meant to. As our final chords fade, I carefully set down the Stradivarius and pick up my old violin. Giving it a little shake, I feel something off in the strings. "Weird," I mutter. "Something's stuck in here." A tiny plastic wrapper slips out and lands on the porch boards. Matt leans closer, curious. I watch his expression change as the fading light dances over his features. His soft grin, his furrow of surprise when he recognizes what's inside the wrapper. "Is that what I think it is?" I smile, trying not to cry. "Don't worry, I wrapped it properly." He holds it up, visibly shaken. For a split second, doubt crosses my mind. Maybe I read this all wrong. Love, proposals, shared futures, they don't automatically mean someone's ready for this. "I didn't know I wanted a baby," I say, my voice catching, until I took the test. And the moment I saw the result. He meets my eyes, his own wet with tears. "I can't wait to be a dad," he says, voice rough with emotion. You're going to be incredible, I whisper. He rises and gently pulls me up into a hug that says everything. I hold him tightly, heart full. He's going to be nothing like my father. Mom told me the truth 2 nights after Matt proposed. She cried until she couldn't anymore. I forgave her. How could I not? When you're surrounded by this much love, there's just no room for resentment.
Epilogue. Matteo. 5 years later. We sit together in the soft glow of the concert hall, quiet except for the hushed energy rippling through the audience. My son shifts beside me, eyes wide, practically bouncing in his seat. He tugs my sleeve, leaning in close. "Dad," he whispers, "is Mom really good at playing violin?" I glance down and smile. That question lands right in my chest. "She's incredible," I whisper back. "When she plays, it's like she's telling a story, without words. Every note, every move she makes, it all comes together." I think about all the times I've seen her and Sophia playing together, how their music filled our home with something bigger than sound. "But you've heard her play before," I add. "Not like this," he murmurs, glancing around the towering space with its high ceilings and velvet curtains. His little brows pinch in concentration. "Do you think she's nervous?" I let out a quiet laugh and squeeze his hand. When he was born, holding him felt like holding something fragile and powerful at the same time. I knew, right then, I'd protect him no matter what. Maybe a little, I admit. But once she steps on that stage, the nerves go away. It's like she disappears into the music. I know that sounds cheesy, but it's true. Man, I sound like Elio right now. He tilts his head, thinking, "What's her favorite song?" "That's a hard one," I say. "She loves a lot of them. But I think the piece she's playing tonight is right up there. It means something to her. It's the same piece she once sent me in that video. The one that made me feel everything. Connection, desire, love. The one that changed things." The house lights dim a little more. Showtime's almost here. I lean closer to my son and whisper, "It's starting." He turns back toward the stage, completely focused now. His small hand squeezes mine back. The curtains draw open, and Bella appears under the spotlight, her violin poised. The first notes rise into the air, crisp and clear. My son's eyes widen, his jaw slack with wonder. For a few moments, everything else drops away. It's just the sound of her violin, the feeling it brings, and the quiet awe in our son's face. He doesn't say a word, but I know what's happening. He gets it. He feels it. He's starting to see who his mother really is.
Epilogue. Bella, 10 years later. Shh, I whisper, sensing Matt's presence before I feel his arms slide around me. He pulls me close, pressing his chest to my back with a warmth I'll never stop craving. Even with a newborn just weeks old, my husband can't seem to keep his hands off me. "I'm not here to startle them," he murmurs, voice low and tender. I let out a quiet laugh, resting against him. The love I feel, this overflowing kind that sneaks into your chest and lives there, I still haven't found a big enough word for it. There are moments like now, where I swear I might burst from it all. Out by the pool, Sophia and our daughter Bianca are playing their violins side by side. Bianca, just 5, cradles her tiny instrument with such confidence that my eyes sting with emotion. I don't cry, not really. But Matt always knows. He picks up on every shift in my mood, every sigh and smile. With each passing year, our connection just deepens, like we're always discovering new layers of each other. He leans down and kisses my neck gently, sparking warmth all the way to my fingertips. "You've helped her blossom," he says softly. "I never imagined Sophia would play like this, or be this sure of herself, until you came into her life."
I melt into him, my hands resting on his. Inside the house, I hear Mom and Jack laughing, their joy mixing with Chrissy's soft babbles through the baby monitor. Her little sounds, half melody, half mystery, make my heart swell in a way only motherhood can.
Sophia and Bianca begin their duet again, their bows moving in perfect harmony. I turn, wrap my arms around Matt, and hold him close. His hair is streaked with silver now, his eyes still full of the same spark that first stole my breath all those years ago. But now, that fire's wrapped in something gentler, something deeper, something that could drown a girl if she let it. I lean close and whisper, "Should we slip away to the bedroom?" He grins, boyish and wicked, and totally mine. I thought you'd never ask. The end.